Your Honor, calling People versus Ethan Crumbley, case number 2022-279-506-FC.
Thank you. Appearances?
Chair McDonald on behalf of the people.
Thank you, Mark Keese on behalf of the people. Governor David Williams on behalf of the people.
Call up Michelle Lawton on behalf of Mr. Crumbley.
Jamie Happ on behalf of Ethan Crumbley.
Deborah H. McKelvey on behalf of Ethan Crumbley.
Thank you. With that being said, you may all be seated. With that being said, Lieutenant, you are still under oath, sir.
Yes, sir.
Cross-examination?
Thank you. Your Honor, I do believe that my cross will go a little longer than the noon hour. Should I just power through or try to stop around noon?
Yes, we'll take a natural break whenever this witness is done. We'll take a very brief lunch break and then we'll continue.
Understood.
You may proceed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Lieutenant.
Morning.
You're the officer in charge of this case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And because of that, you're responsible for making sure that all of the investigations are done that need to be done, correct?
Yes.
And you make sure that all of the physical evidence that can be collected is collected.
Yes.
And most importantly, you go over all of the evidence before turning it over to the prosecutor's office, correct?
Yes.
You're also involved as the officer in charge on the cases of James and Jennifer Crumbley, is that correct?
Yes.
And in that case, the parents, both James and Jennifer, are charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter, correct? Is that yes?
I'm sorry, miss. Yes.
You would agree with me that the investigation that you did into Ethan Crumbley and the facts and circumstances around his home life and childhood led you in the direction of then investigating James and Jennifer. Is that fair to say?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Sure. Would you agree with me that the investigation that you began into Ethan Crumbley and the facts and the circumstances around his home life and childhood led you to then investigate James and Jennifer Crumbley?
I think that's fair. Yes.
Would you agree with me that it's not often when you're investigating the actions of a single defendant that you would get a subpoena to search the defendant's parents' phones, bank accounts, work emails, HR accounts, contact people that they're having affairs with, reach out to every single neighbor that they have ever lived next to, even outside of the state of Michigan? You would agree with me that that's not common?
Yeah. No, that's not common.
Now, I want to go over some of the evidence that was found in your investigation. I want to first talk about the interviews that were done with the neighbors of James and Jennifer. Your Honor, most specifically Exhibit E in my binder.
Thank you.
Would you agree with me that most, if not all, of the neighbors and landlords that your office spoke with were not fond of the Crumbleys?
Excuse me.
I don't.
Because that's our one. Did you not? You didn't bring him up this one?
I did not.
Give an extra one?
I don't, but I can give you my exhibits if you prefer. There you go. So just to recap,
Thank
you
you.
would agree with me that most of the neighbors, most if not all of the neighbors and the landlords that your office spoke with were not fond of the Crumbleys?
Yes and no, if I can explain.
Sure.
I don't think most of them really knew much about him, but the ones that did know some things about him had a negative interaction for the
Correct.
most part.
So there was interviews done of neighbors in Washington. Your office was able to confirm that Ethan was living with his parents while they lived there. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And he was somewhere between 4 and 6 years old. Is that correct?
I think that's correct. Yeah, it seems to be correct.
And you spoke with, or your office spoke with, the landlord in Washington. They called them the neighbors from hell and that they still owed him money. Correct?
Yes.
Another neighbor in Washington stated that James would scream at Ethan and a stepchild on a regular basis, and Ethan was always crying. Correct?
It says usually crying, but yes.
Another neighbor in Washington said the Crumbleys were always yelling and screaming from inside the house, calling each other names and always cussing. Sometimes they could hear Ethan screaming and crying too.
I'm sorry, where's that at, Ms.?
I believe it's on the second set of the investigative reports. It's still in that same section.
Is I see it. Yes.
And that in that same interview, that neighbor felt that both parents were too hard on Ethan. She witnessed Jennifer smack him and drag him multiple times into the house by his arm. Correct?
Yes. Smack him, the little boy on the butt. Correct. And then drag him into the house by his arm. Yes.
Your office also spoke with neighbors in Lake Orion when the Crumbleys then moved to Michigan. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, they did.
All right. Roughly 2013, so Ethan would have been around 7 or 8, correct?
Trying to do the math. Yes, I think you're correct.
Math is not my strong suit either. Your office spoke with a neighbor who had actually babysat Ethan when his parents went out a few times. Is that correct?
Yes.
And she told your office that James and Jennifer would also leave Ethan home alone with the dog and the ferret and wanted the neighbor to come and check on him, correct?
I'm assuming it's correct, Miss, because it's. But I'm just trying to keep up with you so I can
I
see.
understand. Absolutely take your time. If you need a moment to review that, I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Okay. Do you know what page that's referenced on?
Unfortunately, I gave my copy to
Oh gosh. All right.
investigators.
Would you like this copy, Ms. Walker?
That's okay, Renner, but thank you.
I see it. Yes. I'm sorry.
That's all right. And in that same report, the neighbor stated she was shocked because parents would leave him home alone at night. He has the highlighted copy. Can I just look at his information?
I'm sorry, Miss. Is this in Orion or is this in Washington? We're
We're
referencing
speaking of Lake Orion.
Lake Orion. And can you repeat what you asked, please?
Sure. The same neighbor that you just agreed with me that she told your office that James and Jennifer would also leave Ethan home alone with the dog and the ferret and wanted the neighbor to come and check. My follow-up question was, the neighbor was shocked that the parents would leave him home alone at night.
Yes.
You spoke with another neighbor in the same complex in Lake Orion, and he stated that the parents were always yelling at each other. I'm specifically speaking of page 5644.
Thank you. Correct, Miss.
And he remembered a fight in the summer when he had his window open and he could hear them arguing about one of them having an affair or cheating.
Yes.
And he could hear things being thrown and a lot of yelling and screaming.
Yes.
That's all from that section. Thank you.
Thank you.
You also spoke to an individual from a bowling alley that Ethan Crumbley played on a league or a team there. Is that correct?
Yes, we did.
And do you recall the discussion with that individual stating that when James and Jennifer would come to watch Ethan bowl, they were unlike most of the other parents. They would drink a couple pitchers of beer. I actually have a copy of that if it would be easier if I approached. May I approach, Renner?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Let me know once you've had a chance to review that.
I reviewed it. Yes, you're correct.
Thank you. Also stated the parents were loud and obnoxious, correct?
Yes, it does.
In your extensive investigation into what Jennifer and James did to occupy their time, it was clear that horses took up a majority of their time. Would you agree with me?
Yeah, I would agree with you. Yes.
And from speaking to individuals at the barn, it was clear that Ethan was not there with James and Jennifer when they would spend hours there, correct?
Yes.
You would agree with me that from looking at the text from both James and Jennifer, that even on the day of the shooting, the horses were a top priority for them.
Yes.
I want to talk about a video that surfaced from the 5-1 diner. Are you familiar with that video?
Yeah. Yes, I'm familiar with it.
Okay. And at some point in your investigation, did you or the officers under you go and actually speak to the owner and operator of the 5-1 diner?
Yes. Yes, they did.
And at some point, did you become aware of a video that actually made its way onto TMZ that showed Ethan falling pretty significantly?
Yes.
And do you recall in that interview with the owner that she recalled that incident as well?
One second.
It should be page 5724.
Yeah, I got it right here.
Oh, right.
Can you repeat your question, please?
Absolutely. Do you recall that in the interview, the owner of that diner recalled the incident where Ethan fell?
Yes.
All right. And she told detectives that when Ethan started back working after the pandemic in February of 2021, that he complained of headaches and stomach aches and mentioned that he was not sleeping well.
That is correct.
And she also then talked about this fall. She told detectives that she wanted to call 911, but James and Jennifer said that Ethan had not eaten anything that day. He just needed to eat, and that they did not want him to go to the hospital to get checked out.
Yes.
And she did not call 911. Is that your understanding?
It's my understanding, correct.
You also had investigators meet and interview all of the teachers that Ethan had while in Michigan. Is that correct?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that the general theme of those conversations was that James and Jennifer were not very involved in Ethan's education?
That's fair, yes.
Your Honor, I'll direct your attention to Exhibit D. I'm going to first draw your attention to the interviews that were done at Bailey Lake Elementary.
Okay.
In the interview there, the teacher recalls giving Ethan extra assignments to be completed at home. Extra reading assignments were not being completed, and that Ethan continued to struggle.
Yes, that's true.
That same teacher also stated that parents were never volunteers, never attended any of the events.
That's what she said, correct.
And she recalls when Ethan was leaving the school district, the parents didn't even reach out to her. Ethan was the one that not going to be in school anymore.
Yes.
I now want to talk about the interviews of the teachers. I believe it's Blanche Sims Elementary School.
Okay.
Isn't it true that the teacher told the parents at parent-teacher conferences that Ethan needed help reading? The teacher felt that they were not reading with Ethan, gave them the impression that it was the school's responsibility.
Yes, Nancy thought to herself, you can read it. You can at least read to him at home. Yeah. And then she states that, yes, you're correct.
Now let's move to Oxford Middle School. It's correct in speaking with the teachers there that it was indicated that Ethan never had trouble with peers, even though his parents were not present much. We're talking about Oxford Middle School. Page 5467.
With the phys ed teacher.
Correct.
Yes, the phys ed teacher said he always participated, and never had any conflict with his peers. And he never met his parents and never had any contact with them.
Moving on further then to page 5469. Isn't it true that a teacher reported that Ethan didn't interact with other kids and he struggled with logging onto the system to submit his homework?
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention to page 5470. Again, these are still interviews with people at the Oxford Middle School. Isn't it true that the teacher stated, it's obvious that parents were not involved, no contact with the parents until the end of the year. This specific teacher emailed the parents when their child needed extra help with math, that Jennifer sounded interested, but then never followed through.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, I then want to move to high school. Isn't it true, after speaking to one of the teachers, that there was an assignment, and I'm looking at page 5590, and then the following page that does not have a number on it.
Okay.
So specifically, the interview, ninth grade teacher Getz, I believe is the last name.
Okay, yes.
And she asked the kids what their physical health was like. How would you rate yourself? How would you rate yourself socially? And how would you rate yourself emotionally? And she recalled that Ethan's response was a little bit different. He stated, I wish my parents were home more.
Yes.
I want to talk a little bit about his report cards that are at the beginning of Exhibit D.
Okay.
You would agree with me that for the semesters 2021 into 2022 year, Ethan had C's, D's, and E's.
Yes.
And if you look at the report card from middle school, which is that first page 433, you would agree with me, as of 1 of 20, he had all A's and B's.
I'm not seeing that, miss.
Page 439.
Okay, that's why. All right.
That would be the report card for January 28th of 20.
January 20th, 20. Yes, all A's and B's.
In all the conversations with the teachers from the multiple schools, it was clear that Ethan was not a problem child in school, correct?
That's correct. Disciplinary, you mean?
Correct.
Yeah, correct.
Really no misconduct to report until the end of November.
Correct.
And I'm sorry, of what year?
2021.
Thank you.
I want to take some time to go over the journal. I know that you went through specific portions with Mr. Keys, but
Okay.
I think there were some important portions that I'd like to take a look at. So mine are numbered by page. I don't know if it would be helpful to use my exhibit binder, which is Exhibit Q. I don't know,
I
mine
think-
are not pages of the journal, mine are pages of discovery that the prosecutor listed.
All right.
I apologize for making you fumble with so much paperwork.
It's okay. What is under what tab, Miss?
Exhibit Q. I'm gonna start with page 775, which I believe is physical page 2.
What you believe is what? I'm saying.
Physical page 2,
Oh, got it.
775 at the bottom.
Okay.
You would agree with me that on that page it says, I wasn't even scared. I was almost about to say, I'm shooting up the school. I don't care about anything anymore, except I will very much miss my cat Dexter. He is the only thing I have ever loved in a long time. You agree with me that he wrote that?
Yes.
At the bottom in very large font, it says, please forgive me, correct?
Correct.
I want to go to the next page, page 776. I'm looking at the 4th line down. You would agree with me that Ethan writes, I am actually hoping that I get sent down to the office. That will show them that I have given up, and they will keep an eye on me. It will make them see that I am a possible shooter, and so when I do my shooting, they will have something to put for motivation. I have already stopped doing school, so once the school sees my photos of guns and gun ranges on my Instagram, then they will know what's up. Oh man, my hallucinations are really kicking in. I started seeing weird stuff last, I think it's supposed to be week, and now they have gotten worse. You would agree with me that's contained in Ethan's journal.
Yes, I would agree.
Ninth line down in the 2nd paragraph. My dark side has now taken over. Do you recall reading that?
Yes.
I want to go to the next page. Mine does not have a set of numbers on it, but it's just the next page in the journal. Would you agree with me that that page states the following? Over the weekend, I actually felt warm for once. I woke up from a good dream at 12 o'clock p.m. after 13 hours of nonstop sleep. I put on The Walking Dead and pet my adorable cat. At that moment, I said to myself, why can't everything just freeze right here? I had just hoped that everything could have ended there and not a second longer. Now I'm back in school and back down the drain again. Is that an accurate reading of the journal?
That is.
A little bit lower on that page, 8 lines from the bottom, Ethan writes, I am genuinely surprised right now that none of my teachers have contacted my counselor or sent me to the office for not doing my work. Would you agree with me that that's what it says?
Yes, I would agree.
We'll go to the following page, 778 at the beginning. Would you agree with me that Ethan wrote, I just want to go back to the good days when I didn't have a worry in the world? Would you agree with me?
Yes.
A little bit down on that page, another juvenile is named, and it says, that person is gone, so I have no friends. Would you agree with me? That's the 5th line.
Yes, I would agree.
10th line down, Ethan writes, I talk to no one. I have very little talks with my parents, and sometimes talk more to my cat Dexter than people. I rarely talk to when I open my mouth, I hear my jawbone crack and my cheeks hurt. I have no life, and I unfortunately cannot read, and no, I think it says future. Would you
Yes.
agree with me?
I would agree.
4 lines down from there in the sentence, in the line that starts laughing, would you agree with me that Ethan then wrote, I haven't had a real laugh in 4 years. I haven't felt genuinely happy in 4 years. Everyone hangs out with friends, girlfriends. They go to parties and have fun every day of their lives. I can feel the evil around me, and even dogs sense it. Do you agree with me?
I do.
Then we're looking at 2 lines down from there. It begins with all one of my teachers has to do is send me to the office and I will tell them about the bird head and I can get help. One call and that can save a lot of lives. My evil has fully taken over in me and I used to like it, but now I don't want to be evil. I want help, but my parents don't listen to me, so I can't get any help. Would you agree with me that that's what he wrote?
I would agree.
The following page, the very last line, would you agree with me that Ethan wrote, I feel like I'm in a time loop of sadness?
That's how I read it, correct, yes.
I'll go to the next page, 780. Third line down. Do you agree with me that Ethan wrote, I'm pretty sure that my crush does not like me, to what I thought before. I will never ask her out, and it makes me know more that I will forever not feel the love of another human being, and not even I can love myself as I hate myself, probably more than some people already do.
That is accurate.
9 lines down from the end of that statement, would you agree with me that Ethan wrote, I sometimes even regret about doing the shooting. If I don't, though, then what is there for me? 1 line below that, I don't eat at all. I had a frozen food breakfast burrito for dinner last night. Maybe if my dumb fucking parents didn't get rid of our couch and buy a brand new TV and couch set, we could have food. And my 45-year-old dad doesn't have to do DoorDash. I'm on the verge of losing it again. I have so much stuff compacted in a tight space, and it's about to explode.
That is accurate.
Please turn off your device. You may continue.
Thank you. I want to turn now to page 783. It's a few pages down. I want to start in the middle of the page that begins with fucking college.
Okay.
Oh God, college. You apply to 5 colleges hoping to get accepted into one. Then you get accepted. You get to find out how much it costs to attend. Then if you can go, you really only have 10 major choices out of hundreds that actually leads to a good life. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Oh, you're doing bad in a class. Well, fuck you. You still get to pay us for our 2-hour lectures and for the 15 by 10 foot closet we house you in. Oh, you have to give out because you ran out of money. Well, fuck you again. You're going to owe us a debt that's going to take half your lifetime to pay back. Do you agree with me? That's what he wrote?
I would agree.
That's it. I want you to flip to page 790 if you could.
Okay.
I'm going to go about halfway down the page. 10th line down. I barely made it through 9th grade mentally as my depression was rough. Then I made it to 10th grade and I have fully lost control. How the hell am I supposed to make it 2 more years when I have already lost my breaking point? This morning I woke up to my mom having one of her worst rants about how we have no money and can't pay the bills. This just furthers my desire to shoot up the school or do something else. I have no happiness or optimism left in me as I am a burden to my parents. Would you agree with me? That's what he wrote?
I would agree.
All right, that is all of the journal that I want to go through. Now, your office spent an appreciable amount of time speaking with all of the staff who interacted with Ethan from Oxford High School. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it's your understanding that on November 29th, the day before the shooting in first hour, Ethan's teacher, Ms. Kubina, noticed that Ethan was looking at pictures of bullets on his phone and that she sent Pam Fine an email about that, correct?
Yes. That's correct.
Your Honor, I'll draw your attention to Exhibit C.
Thank you.
And that following school on the 29th, she was thinking about Ethan and went to look at some of the assignments that he had turned in that year. Do you recall that?
I'm sorry, miss.
Oh, I apologize. Speaking still of Miss Kubina, do you recall that in her interview, she discussed that after that incident with Ethan looking up those things that morning, she went back to the classroom and tried to look at some of the previous assignments that he had turned in?
Yes.
And isn't it true that she actually found an index card that Ethan had filled out at the beginning of the year, and Ethan had drawn a picture of a person holding a gun in front of a brick building, correct?
Yes.
The gun was erased, but she said you could still see it, correct?
Yes.
She passed this information along to the dean and the counselor by email, and that email was sent that same day on the 29th, correct?
That's correct.
Following that email, is it your understanding that Pam Fine brought Ethan down and discussed that it was inappropriate to look up bullets at school?
Yes.
And in that interview, is it your understanding that Ethan disclosed that he had just been at a shooting range with his mom?
Yes.
And it's your understanding that Miss Fine left Jennifer a voicemail about the incident, but Jennifer did not call back, correct?
That's my understanding.
And in your investigation, you even found a text exchange following that call between Jennifer and Ethan, correct?
Yes.
Where Jennifer tells Ethan, try not to get caught, correct?
Yes.
Now, the following day at 8:45, Ms. Fine tells you or tells someone in your office that she receives an email from teacher Alice Karpinski, correct?
That's correct.
That Ethan was watching violent videos of a guy gunning down people while in class, correct?
Yes. Can I
Yes,
reference
it's
that
page
somewhere?
300
Thank you.
in Exhibit F.
Thank you. Exhibit F only goes to 218.
The pages may not be completely in order based on whose interview was given, but let me. I apologize. That is the text message section. I need you to direct your attention to Exhibit C.
See? And what page was that again?
Yes, we are looking at the email that she actually sent. I believe it's page 300. I think it may be a different page because I'm looking at two sets of discovery. So let me just ask the question again, because I don't know specifically if you'll be able to find it in your
Okay,
binder.
sorry.
No, it's all right. So it's your understanding that the following day, so we're talking about November 30th now, at 8:45 in the morning, Ms. Fine receives an email from a teacher, Alice Karpinski. Do you agree with me?
I do agree with you.
All right. And in that email, she is telling them that Ethan was watching violent videos of a shooting.
Yeah, it's my recollection that it was someone, a person shooting people, but it was a movie. It was a movie. It didn't appear to be a real life event or something of that nature.
Right.
I think that's my understanding of it.
Okay. So a video of a movie or some sort of scenario where someone is being shot, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it's your understanding that that email was not just sent to Ms. Fine, but it was also sent to Mr. Hopkins, correct?
Yes.
And who is Sean Hopkins?
He's the school counselor.
It does not appear that action was taken just based off of that email, correct?
That's correct.
So that's at 8:45 a.m. Then at 9:32 a.m.
Can I go back real quick?
Absolutely.
So the action, There was, you mean action with the defendant? No, but there was, I think there was discussion about it.
But he wasn't pulled down to the office immediately following
You're
that?
correct.
All right, so 9:32 a.m., another email is sent, and it's my understanding that that email is sent to Pam, Nick, and Sean. They all receive an email from yet another teacher. I believe it's Becky Morgan, and that's the picture of the assignment that you were previously shown, correct?
Yes.
So in your multiple interviews with Sean Hopkins, he told law enforcement that he was alerted to a problem by Becky Morgan, who was Ethan's math teacher, correct?
Yes.
And he went to retrieve Ethan at 9:14 a.m. and then takes him to the counseling office, correct?
Yes.
So you're understanding that his backpack with the gun in it was left in the classroom, correct?
That's my understanding.
Now, the document that you were previously shown that caused the concern, it's your understanding that by the time the actual assignment got brought down to the counseling office, Ethan had altered or crossed out the most worrisome things that were on that page, correct?
Yes.
I believe he crossed out the words "help me" and crossed out the gun, correct?
I think that's correct. Yes.
So according to the timeline that was provided by the prosecutor's office, would you would agree with me that sometime between 9:14 and 10:45, James and Jennifer come to the school, they meet with Ethan, and they're in that counselor's office, correct?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that in that meeting, Ethan discussed that he was sad about the argument that he had with his parents, correct?
I don't recall that exactly. I don't know.
Do you recall that he mentioned his dog dying?
Yes, yes.
How about his friend going away for a lengthy period of time?
Yes.
And he told them he had no one to talk to.
I don't specifically recall that.
Do you recall that Ethan's parents acknowledged that Ethan was more sad lately?
I'm sorry, I don't specifically recall it.
That's okay. Nothing in any of the discovery that any counselor or staff that you've reviewed, did any counselor or staff member ask if he was suicidal? Specifically ask that question.
So repeat that again?
Sure.
Nothing in my investigation or?
Correct. In all of your investigations, speaking to all of the individuals that were in that counseling session with the parents or in that meeting with the parents, you are not aware that someone actually performed some sort of assessment to see if he was suicidal.
I see. I don't believe there was an assessment. I believe Mr. Hopkins said that he thought there was potential for suicidal ideation.
It's your understanding that both parents were resistive to taking Ethan home with them, correct?
Yes,
Both parents indicated that they had to go back to work.
that's correct.
To the best of your knowledge, James and Jennifer did not disclose that they had purchased the very weapon that was in his backpack for him as an early Christmas gift, correct?
To the school?
Yes.
Correct.
To the best of your knowledge, neither Sean Hopkins or Nick Ejak asked James and Jennifer specifically if there were guns in the home or if Ethan had access to weapons.
I agree, yes.
Ethan's backpack was never searched, correct?
To my knowledge, it was not.
Ethan's locker was never searched, correct?
I don't think they were even using lockers during COVID, but no, I don't believe it was.
So now, even though we have a child who on day 2 of being in trouble for looking up bullets, shooting videos, and drawing weapons with graphic scenes and actually writing the words, "help me," he was not sent home, correct?
Correct.
CPS was not called, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
You're not aware that 911 was called for a welfare check or a proper evaluation to see how Ethan was doing, correct?
I'm not aware. Correct.
During direct, Mr. Keast asked you about what was in that backpack, and you had mentioned that there were a number of pages. What was the number? I think you actually remembered the number specifically of pages.
Of the
The
assignments.
school
or-
assignments.
Yeah, I think it was 96, I believe.
And how many did you say had drawings of either weapons or bullets on them?
I'm not sure. I can't recall how many. I know there was, because I specifically counted, there was 52 guns drawn in that stack of papers, but I don't know how many pages actually were drawn on.
Understood. All right, I want to talk about parents' employment. As part of your investigation, you looked into the current employment and past employment of James and Jennifer, correct?
Yes.
You would agree with me that in reviewing their text messages with each other, money troubles was something that they were dealing with pretty frequently.
Yes, I would agree.
Do you agree with me that James had a spotty employment record, and at the time of the offense, he was working for DoorDash?
Yes.
You also spent a good amount of time investigating Jennifer's employment and speaking to her boss and coworkers, correct?
Yes.
Jennifer did have steady employment, correct?
Appeared so, yes.
In your investigation, did you become aware if Jennifer could have purchased health insurance for Ethan?
I don't recall.
In your investigation into Jennifer's employer, you came to understand that the work had a family-first attitude. Would you agree?
That's what they testified to, yes.
Yes. So in fact, if Jennifer was unable to return to work on November 30th because Ethan had to go home, it wouldn't have been a problem. Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding.
It's also your understanding that right after meeting in the principal's office, James went and I believe he delivered an order of food, correct?
It's my understanding, yes.
I want to talk a little bit about the messages between James and Jennifer, and there are a lot of them. Would you agree with me that the messages are replete with discussions on who was picking up alcohol to drink, who was buying cigarettes, conversations about marijuana, and Xanax pills?
I'm embarrassed to ask, what is replete?
Oh, that there are a lot of.
Yes, there was several.
Yes. Now let's talk about the crime itself. As we saw in the video, when the police arrived at the school, Ethan was out in the hallway with his hands up, correct?
Yes.
He had already put down the gun, correct?
Correct.
He followed all the commands of the deputies.
Yes.
He was placed into handcuffs without issue, correct?
Correct.
He gave the officers his name.
Yes.
In the backpack that we described, he did not have any bombs or Molotov cocktails, correct?
No, he did not.
Did not have a knife, correct?
No.
He went willingly into the police car.
Yes.
He answered questions that he was acting alone, correct?
Yes.
He answered questions about there being no bombs.
That's true. Yes.
Was there unused ammunition found?
Yes, there was.
Do you know approximately how many rounds?
I believe it was 18.
After being taken to the substation, at some point in time, Ethan was then taken to Children's Village, correct?
Yes.
You weren't made aware of any issues that arose during transport, correct?
I was not made aware of any issues. No.
You were not made aware that there was any issues at Children's Village, correct?
Correct.
He was then transported to the Oakland County Jail. You were not made aware of any issues with his behavior during that transport, were you?
Correct.
Now, following the crime, after learning of the shooting, is it your understanding that James went home immediately to go and look to see if his gun was missing?
Yes, that's my understanding.
He then called what I believe was an off-duty police officer first before 911. Is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point in time, he called 911 to report that he believed that his son took the gun and could be the shooter.
Yes, that's correct.
And in your investigation, you observed a text around the same time as I'm sure 911 started being called. Jennifer texted Ethan, "Don't do it." Is that correct?
Her text was after the influx of 911 calls.
You also found a text message, James texting Ethan, "Call me now."
Yes, that's correct.
You would agree with me that in reviewing hundreds of text messages between students and parents on that day when the shootings began, that the messages that Jennifer and James sent were unlike those of hundreds of other caring parents?
Yes, I would agree.
In your review of Jennifer's text messages with her coworkers, would you agree with me that Jennifer messages that Ethan isn't going to get out of this? We need to save ourselves.
Yes, that was written, or texted, I should say.
You would agree with me that there are 0 messages where either James or Jennifer thoughtfully discuss that they themselves have failed by not treating Ethan's mental illness.
So, I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Of course. You would agree with me that in your review of all of the messages on James and Jennifer's phone, that there are no messages where they thoughtfully discuss that they themselves have failed by not treating Ethan's mental illness.
I don't recall any.
We were shown footage of 2 different shooting ranges. And you had commented that Ethan had a familiarity with the weapons. Do you recall that?
It appeared to be yes.
Someone that is 15 years old, are they able to go into a shooting range and shoot themselves?
And shoot themselves?
Shoot by
By the-
themselves. I apologize.
It's okay. No, they're not. They
So
have to
is
be
a
accompanied-
parent's required?
Yes,
A 15-year-old individual is not able to go and purchase a weapon by themselves, correct?
that's correct.
And in all of the videos that you found from shooting ranges, Ethan was either there with mom or dad, correct?
Yes,
And were all the guns purchased by dad in his name?
to my knowledge, yes.
I now want to move to the search of the Crumbley home.
Okay.
That occurred following the incident at the high school, correct?
Yes,
And let's talk about what was in Ethan's room. Would you agree with me that there were 2 silhouette targets with bullet holes in them,
I would agree.
miscellaneous shell casings in a dish next to the bed,
I would agree.
and an air rifle sitting on a chair?
I don't recall specifically, but I do recall there being an air rifle.
I want to talk about the other weapons that were found. I believe they were found in the shed. The report references that a Woodstock Red Ryder BB gun was found, a 760 Pump Master BB gun was found, an SNR 357 revolver style BB gun, 6 cartridges for the BB gun, and a Witness BB gun with a magazine. Would you agree with me that there was a number of weapons found in that shed?
Yes,
In a search of the basement, would you agree with me that there was a failed marijuana grow operation, which investigation led you to discover that was the work of James?
did you say failed?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll agree.
In the search of the home, no documentation showing that in fact Ethan had an appointment with a counselor or a receipt from a doctor's visit was located. That's not part of the discovery, correct?
That's correct.
Jennifer was interviewed at her home, correct? Initially, when the police arrived?
You gotta give me a second. I gotta
Of
recall
course,
some events
take
here.
your time. It's a lot to remember.
I believe yes, she was first spoken to at her home.
And during that interview, she had told the police that Ethan had been upset because his friend had left and his dog had died.
That's my recollection of it, yes.
And you were actually able to confirm that Ethan's closest friend, I think Mr. Keese asked you how many messages these 2 shared. It was a lot. It was
Yes.
all day long, every day. You were able to confirm that juvenile actually had left at the end of October without much notice to Ethan,
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
In the interview that was done with James at the home during the search, isn't it true that he told the police that he purchased a Sig Sauer 9mm handgun and he had it hidden in the armoire in the case and the bullets were hidden in a separate area?
That's my recollection.
And after he saw all of the cops, he raced home, and that's when he found the gun missing.
Yes.
At some point after your investigation, it was announced publicly that the parents were going to be charged, correct?
Yes.
And instead of walking into a police station or walking into the Rochester District Court, isn't it true that James and Jennifer bought burner phones, ditched their car, left Oxford, and left their son sitting in jail?
Repeat that.
Of
I mean,
course.
I just
I'll
want to
break
make
it
sure I
down.
get them correct. Go ahead.
After it was made publicly announced that the parents were going to be charged, they didn't turn themselves into the police station or the court,
No,
correct?
they did not.
And isn't it true that they bought burner phones?
It's my understanding at the advice of their counsel, but yes.
They ditched their car.
No, they drove their car. They had one car they didn't drive, but they drove the other. of
Okay,
their
so
two.
they left one
They
car,
left one car.
and I believe, was that at a hotel parking lot?
It was.
Yes. And they left Oxford, correct?
Yes.
In fact, when they were arrested, they were hiding out in Detroit, correct?
Yes.
You also found proof that the parents went to the bank and drained Ethan Crumbley's bank account, correct?
Yes.
I want to talk a little bit about the questions you were asked about the jail and the tablet.
Okay.
I think you phrased it, or Mr. Keys phrased it, that he bypassed security. Is it your
Yes.
understanding that the password was saved but was visible?
It's I think I don't know computers or tablets all that well, but I think on the tablet it was you had to go into the settings, search for the password, and then but yeah, it allegedly, or from what I understand, it was saved.
And isn't it true that when Ethan was questioned by someone there at the jail, he explained exactly what happened?
It sounds like that, yes.
And isn't it true that he stated he had the tablet unlocked for roughly 2 weeks, for a lengthy period of time before they were actually caught?
That sounds about right, yes.
And in that body camera footage, isn't it true that Ethan explained exactly how he got the password? And that he said multiple times, I tried not to look at that website. I tried really hard.
Yes.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Redirect.
Thank you. Starting with the last question, kind of, so if I'm understanding this correctly, then the defendant couldn't help himself. It's not like,
That's the way I understood it, yes.
I'm gonna go back through a few things the counsel asked you regarding the journal. You were asked about a passage where he wrote that he wished that he would be sent down to the office so he would be caught and prevented from the shooting.
Correct.
He actually was sent down to the office twice. Is that right?
That's right.
So he was sent to the office November 29th. He was sent to the office again November the 30th.
Yes.
He sat in the counselor's office for 90 minutes. His parents were there. And he never once stopped himself from the shooting.
That's all correct.
And in fact, November the 30th, before he ever even went down the office, before he was caught by the teacher, he sent a text message indicating his intent to do something, quote, really bad.
Yes.
Now, you were asked about a journal entry where the defendant expressed not being happy in months. I don't remember the last time he was happy. Where's that effect? Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. You watched the video of the defendant torturing that bird.
I did.
You watched the video of the defendant shooting the Oxford High School students. You watched the video of the defendant in the back of the police car after he was arrested. Now, tell me, did the defendant appear happy or sad when he was torturing that baby bird?
Happy.
Okay. And why do you tell me? Why do you say that?
If you watch the video, again, we talked about it earlier, the inflection in his voice. Also, he writes about literally how happy it makes him to do these awful things.
Now, what about the defendant's demeanor when you observe him after he's arrested in the back of the police car? Is he coherent
Yes.
when he speaks with officers? Okay. Is he crumbling, crying
No.
at any point on November the 30th when he gave up, when he was arrested in the back of that patrol car, did he appear that he was crying?
No, it doesn't appear that way at all.
Okay. What about his demeanor when he exited the bathroom adjacent to room 258 and he began the shooting? What about his demeanor there?
Well, I mean, obviously I've had the opportunity to analyze this video 1,000 times, and when you follow the defendant's, days prior or whatever, he slouches a lot, but you'll on the shooting video, as soon as he comes out of the bathroom, he's standing as tall as I've ever seen him stand and walk around that school.
You agree with me that he acted with purpose when he exited the bathroom November 30th?
Yeah, and again with confidence, it looked like.
Now, you were asked about some of the teacher interviews, and obviously this is a massive investigation, and I think in total we're at 5 or 6 terabytes of data. Would that be right?
Yes.
Okay. So some of the teacher interviews that you were asked about, they talk about that the defendant didn't have any other problems with students.
Yes.
So I want to confirm that he was not bullied.
No.
He was not thrown in a locker.
There's no evidence to suggest any of that. No.
Nobody beat him up. Nobody messed with him.
No.
Thank you, Judge. I'm done.
Thank you. With that being said, any reason why this witness should not be excused?
Thank you.
Now, for people, he was the OIC, so we asked that he remain throughout the hearing.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. You may also stay in the courtroom if you wish.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you. Thank you. With that being said, we're going to break very briefly for lunch. We're going to return at approximately 12:30. I believe that will give the, excuse me, 1:30, excuse me. That will give the parties enough time to grab food as well as the defendant to get food down in the lockup as well. With that being said, I will see you all at 12:30. Anything we need to address before the court takes recess?
I believe so.
No,
Thank you.
Thank you. With that being said, everyone in the courtroom, please be seated until the defendant has exited the courtroom. Deputies, you may take the defendant. Thank you. With that being said, I will see everyone at 1:30. The court stands in recess.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
You're very welcome.
Is it safe to leave?
Judge, thank you. In this witness presentation, we do have crime scene photographs. So as we introduce evidence, I would again ask the court to instruct the media not to broadcast anything that we display on the screen.
Thank you. As previously stated, please do not show anything on the screen that's sensitive in nature. If you could, please turn the cameras around when that's being presented. You may
We want
proceed.
the victims' families aware as well. There will be some graphic photographs.
Thank you. And at this time, if anyone wishes to leave the courtroom, you may leave the courtroom at this time, as sensitive information will be shown on the screen. That being said, people, you may proceed.
Thank you. Sir, how are you employed?
By the Oakland County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office?
I'm in my 17th year of employment there.
Okay. What do you do there?
My technical name is a forensic laboratory investigator leader, which is a vast array of supervision. I'm the latent print supervisor of 5 individuals. I also am the crime scene supervisor, which we have 7 people on that team. I'm also the crime scene response team supervisor, which I have 10 team members on that, along with an evidence technician program that I run that has over 100 technicians.
Okay. So you're a part of the crime scene investigation, would that be correct?
That is correct.
And sir, we're not going to go through all the qualifications because it is a Miller hearing, not a jury trial. But it's true that you've been qualified many times over in crime scene analysis.
That is correct.
How often do you conduct a crime scene analysis? How often is this part of your day-to-day?
Not every day. The teams that I run do a lot of crime scene investigations that are out of my realm, but I've been a crime scene investigator this is my 25th year, starting with Pontiac Police and with Oakland County Sheriff's Office, and I've done hundreds, if not thousands, of crime scenes throughout my career.
I'd like to direct your attention to November the 30th, 2021. Do you remember that day?
Yes, I do.
Were you working?
I was working in the office, yes.
Okay. And were you the on-call crime scene supervisor in that day?
Yes, I was.
Do you remember being called to the Oxford High School that day?
Yes, I do.
Tell me where you were when you received that phone call.
I was sitting in my office at 38 East of the Sheriff's Office, and my Captain Quisenberry informed me that I needed to respond to the Oxford High School.
And you responded there?
Yes, I did.
Tell us what you do, please. What are some of the steps you take when you process a scene?
The initial thing is an assessment, a crime scene assessment, to see what we actually are looking at as far as the actual crime scene. So to get an idea of what resources I may need or what processes we have to actually perform before we actually start photography or anything else.
Okay. Now, at the Oxford High School, this is an extremely large crime scene, would that be correct?
That is correct.
And before you conducted your analysis, did you do a walkthrough?
Yes, I did.
Tell me about that, please.
There were several individuals that were involved. It was my entire team, which I had 8 team members, along with our special investigations unit. There were several sergeants and lieutenants that walked through the scene because there was different intelligence that we were receiving at different times. We wanted to make sure that we were all on the same page.
Now I'm going to approach the witness. This is Exhibit 46. I may approach Judge.
Yes.
Now this has already been stipulated to his admission. I just want you to have that and refer to it if necessary. That's your report that you authored regarding the crime scene analysis in this case. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Now, that's obviously a lengthy report. We're not going to go all the way through it, but I am going to show you some photographs. It's also been stipulated to, they're already admitted into evidence. I'll take you through that, through the PowerPoint presentation on the screen. But I just want to confirm with you, you've seen our exhibits. These were all taken on November the 30th, 2021 at the Oxford High School.
That is correct.
So directing you now to the screen, this is a map of the Oxford High School, and we have blue markings on this map. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Did you make these markings?
Actually, one of my team members had actually placed the numbers on the schematic of where the evidence pieces were collected from within the school.
Okay. Now, can you tell me, please, what these numbers signify?
They're item numbers that coincide to a specific piece of evidence that was given a specific number and then collected from the crime scene.
Okay. When we're talking about evidence, are we talking about shell casings?
Yes.
Can you tell us, please, what exactly is a shell casing?
So what the technical term will be a fired cartridge case. It is a portion of a cartridge that ejects out of a semi-automatic weapon when the firearm is fired. So the bullet goes out the end of the barrel, and the fired cartridge case will eject out the side of the weapon, typically out the right-hand side of the weapon.
Oxford High School is a single-story building. Is that true?
That is correct.
Okay. And did it appear to you from your investigation that the shooting was contained to the 200 hallway?
Yes, it was.
And just for a little bit of background, the hallways are named for the number of classrooms in the hallway. Is that right?
That is correct.
So throughout your investigation, were you able to determine the path that the shooter took?
Yes, it appeared to be on the south side of the school, and then headed a little bit east and then to the north.
Okay, I'm just directly to a laser pointer with the map here. Now, this is a bathroom that's directly adjacent to room 258. Did you come to learn that the defendant was in that bathroom directly before he opened fire?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And if you could tell us the path that he walked, please?
Then he would go directly east, which is down, and then go into the north, which is a little bit to the right, and then follows that hallway there.
Okay. And where did the evidence of the shooting scene stop?
In front of room 213, which is right there
Okay.
on the right-hand side of the screen.
And of course, sir, you're aware that at that point, the defendant turned around and continued to walk in reverse path down the 200 hallway. Is that right?
That is correct.
I'm going to take you through some crime scene photographs following the path of the defendant. So this is previously admitted as Exhibit 2. If you could tell me what we're looking at in this photograph.
This is a bathroom stall in the bathroom that is just outside of room 258 in the 200 wing of the school. And there's some personal effects that you can see in the picture there, a backpack, some electronics, a journal, along with a Gatorade bottle, some other miscellaneous items.
Now, next picture is in the 200 hallway. We're looking down the 200 hallway. We have rooms 258 and 256. And obviously, we have some images redacted, but also yellow evidence placards. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
Yes, this is a photograph taken just outside of that bathroom, what we saw the inside of in the previous exhibit. This is a photograph taken to the east on that hallway outside of 258 and 256. And the yellow placards are items that were marked as evidence pieces within that crime scene.
Now, I want to ask you specifically about what I call shell casings, or fired cartridge cases, that's the official term. Would that be right?
That is correct.
Okay. How many of those did you uncover? Or did you recover rather in this portion of the 200 hallway?
In front of, outside of 258 and 256, there were 14 fire cartridge cases located.
Okay. And sir, you told us that every time a semi-automatic handgun is fired, it ejects that cartridge case.
That is correct.
Okay. So that means he fired 14 times
That is correct.
in this area. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, further following this hallway, following the shooter's path, this is looking at the corner where 249 would be right around to the left of the photograph. This is past room 256 that would be behind us. So, what do we see in this photograph?
You start to see where the hallway turns to the left, which would be to the north, outside of 249. And you see a couple more evidence placards there that are marked with evidence.
Now, as we turn that corner, we're looking down the long part of the 200 hallway. What are we looking at in this photograph?
Once again, it's the hallway. You can start to see at the top of the photograph that this hallway is a curved hallway. It's not a straight hallway. Once again, the evidence placards were placed next to pieces of evidence that were located within the crime scene.
Okay. Now, again, specific to those cases, those shell casings, this is where 249 would extend to 213. That would be the end of the crime scene.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, how many of those shell casings were recovered in this portion of the hallway?
There were 18 fired cartridge cases between 249 and 213.
Did you recover any handgun magazines?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Is that exhibit, or is that placard 35 right here by the laser pointer?
That is correct.
What is a handgun magazine? What is it?
So a gun magazine, a handgun magazine would be something that contains those cartridges prior to them being fired. And they're inserted into the bottom of a semi-automatic weapon to be able to be loaded into the chamber of a firearm to be expelled through the barrel.
Okay. Now, you're familiar with the murder weapon from November the 30th, 2021. correct?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Tell us, what is the firing capacity of that particular handgun?
The magazines, there was 3 magazines covered from within the scene, and the capacity was 15 rounds per magazine.
So if we see an ejected magazine, that was empty when recovered, right?
That is correct.
That tells us that he went through the entire magazine, and then he ejected that. We saw in the video earlier that he then inserted a full magazine of bullets. Is that your understanding?
Yes, it is.
Now, was there evidence that the defendant turned and fired into classrooms with children and teachers as well?
Yes, there was.
All right, the next slide here is room 247. Can you tell us, please, what we're looking at?
This is a photograph taken from the outside of room 247. You can see there's a pink trajectory rod that is to indicate where the bullet actually passed through the framework of the door in 247 into the classroom.
Now, that rod, we talked a little bit about it earlier with Lieutenant Willis. You obviously weren't here for that, but tell us what that rod means.
It's the direction that the bullet actually traveled into that classroom, prior to my arrival during the crime scene.
Now, moving on to room 244, we see another one of these trajectory rods. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, so again, this signifies that the defendant turned and fired into that classroom.
Yes, and this looks to be a small window that was on the left-hand side of the door to 244.
And we see spider broken glass underneath the sign 244 prior to the bullet being fired in there. So you're understanding that glass was actually clear. You can see through it.
That is correct.
And that's other classrooms have that same glass panel right next to the door.
Correct.
Now, this is office 224. This is the office of Miss Molly Darnell. What do we see here?
Once again, there are 3 trajectory rods that were inserted into the door of classroom 224, indicating the path of travel where the bullets went through the door into 224.
Now, this is the same classroom. This is also 224. We see the part of the office door where the bullet actually went through, and this is just a view inside the classroom or office.
That is correct. You can see the back side of the door of 224 with the trajectory rods on the inside of the door, and then the contents of that classroom at the time that I observed it.
So I want to direct you to where I have a laser pointer at the back of this classroom is a file cabinet with an indentation here. Are you aware what that was?
Yes, I am.
What is that?
It would be what we call ricochet or a defect. It was in that filing cabinet, most likely caused by a fired bullet.
Okay. And this hole here in the window, that was also likely caused by a fired bullet.
That's correct. We call that a perforation where the bullet actually traveled out and we were never able to recover it.
And in this file cabinet right here with books, a fired bullet was actually recovered there. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now I'm moving to classroom 223. This is a side-by-side view of that classroom. What do we see here?
This is it's a side-by-side photograph of 223, and you can see the picture on the right. It looks like it appears to be what we call a tumbling bullet. It's not a circular in nature. The pattern is not circular in nature, so it looks like the bullet was actually tumbling at that time. So it had to come in contact with something prior to hitting that door.
We have room 220, another rod in the door. What does that signify?
The trajectory rod to show the path of travel of a bullet that went into room 220.
Okay. And the last picture here is room 215. You see 3 rods in that glass pane next to the door.
Yes, that is correct. They're orange in this photograph. The trajectory rods are the same. They're just a different color for this one in 215.
So this would signify the defendant fired 3 times, aiming at someone past that glass pane and went through the glass.
That is correct.
Now, did you also process the men's bathroom in the 200 hallway across from room 233?
Yes, I did.
And that is the location where the defendant killed Justin Schilling. Is that right?
That is correct.
Again, Judge, I'm going to show one photograph from that location.
Thank you.
This picture was taken from the exterior hallway looking into that bathroom. Can you tell us, please, what we see here?
You see a large amount of blood in the middle of this photograph that would be just inside of the bathroom before you turn to actually get into where the stalls and the sinks were. There's also a backpack that's indicated by number 50 in the photograph. And then you can't really see it in the photograph, but there is a some type of defect on the bathroom wall, most likely caused from a fired bullet.
Okay, so from your investigation, you learned that the gun was fired one time. You know that it struck Mr. Justin Schilling, and the bullet then struck the wall right about here. Is that right?
That is correct.
Now, the defendant, you're aware the defendant surrendered, and before he did, he placed his gun on a trash can outside the bathroom. Is that what this picture depicts?
That is correct.
Based upon your crime scene investigation, how many times did the defendant fire that gun on November the 30th, 2021?
32 times.
Thank you, Judge. Nothing further.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
Other than the crime scene at the high school, were you involved in the search of the house?
No, I was not.
Were you involved with processing any of the evidence as far as testing any of it?
I guess you have to be more specific.
Okay, for example, if clothing was taken from Ethan, would you have processed that clothing for any type of trace evidence?
No, I did not. That's not my area of expertise.
Would you have done any trace evidence analysis on the firearm?
I did check the firearm
And when you checked it, what were you checking it for?
for blood.
And was there any blood on the firearm?
No, there was not.
As it relates to your processing the scene at the high school, the photographs and the placards in them are based on where things were found when you arrived, correct?
That is correct.
It's possible that that evidence could have been unintentionally moved by other people that were going through the hallway, correct?
That is a possibility.
Now, did you interview anyone in the in your investigation of this scene?
Did I interview anyone?
Correct.
No, I did not.
Did you take any statements from anybody?
No, I did not.
And you already said you hadn't been to Ethan's house. Were you at all responsible for any of the photographs or any evidence collection there, even though you didn't do it personally?
I took all the photographs in this case,
Okay, so you took the photographs at the house then too?
just at the high school.
Okay, so you just said you took all the photographs. So if there were photographs from the house, it wouldn't be
Well, I
something
mean,
you did.
then I apologize if I misunderstood the question. I was never at the house, so I could not have taken any photographs there. I took all the photographs at the Oxford High School.
Would one of the team members that you testified you supervised taken those pictures?
Yes,
And would you have been supervising what was collected at the house or what pictures were taken?
I was not at the house.
But were you telling your team member what to do or how to process that scene?
No, I did not.
Did you take any, and this may not be, it may be outside of what your responsibilities are, so let me know, any physical evidence from the person of Ethan, such as swabs?
No, I did not.
Would that have been outside of what your responsibilities were?
It would all have to depend on the circumstances and if I was needed or they requested it.
Have you ever met Jennifer and James Crumbley?
No, I have not.
Do you know anything about Ethan's life or his family?
Only by hearsay.
And by hearsay, would that have been from your team members or other law enforcement officials, or are you talking from like press reports?
Just from my coworkers in law enforcement.
We know Ethan's been in the Oakland County Jail, correct?
That is correct.
Have you had any contact with him at the jail?
No, I have not.
And do you know anything about what he's been doing there regarding education?
No, I do not.
How about, do you know that he's been diagnosed as being mentally ill?
I do not know that.
How about if he's taking any sort of medication or in any sort of counseling or other treatment for mental illness?
I don't know that information.
Do you know what the Miller factors are?
Just a little bit.
Do you know any of the hallmark features of Ethan's chronological age?
No, I do not.
Do you have any sort of education, experience, or specialized knowledge to talk about hallmark features of a person's chronological age?
No, I do not.
And you didn't do any investigation of your own as to his family or home environment, correct?
That is correct.
Now, you also cannot provide any testimony about the effect of any familial or peer pressure on Ethan related to this event. Would that
No.
be true?
I think he's already testified that he's a crime scene investigator and was only at the school.
Thank you. The court agrees, but I will allow some leeway, but please get to your point and stop, but you may continue.
Your Honor, my questions are toward the Miller factors and whether he has any information for us about those.
Correct. His statement has been he's vaguely familiar with the Miller factors, and he's pretty much established that he doesn't have anything to offer directly as it relates to the Miller factors. And so you may continue. I am allowing some leeway.
You don't know anything about the incompetencies of youth or Ethan's incompetencies related to his age, correct?
That is correct.
Don't know anything about brain development, correct?
Correct.
And you don't know whether Ethan can be rehabilitated, can you?
No, I cannot.
And do you know what it means to be rehabilitated in the context of criminal law or corrections?
No, I do not.
And you don't have any experience, education, or specialized knowledge about whether people can be rehabilitated at all, correct?
That is correct.
How about what it means to be irreparably corrupt? Do you know what that means?
No, I do not.
And you don't know any sort of standard for that phrase?
No.
And you don't know how to determine if anybody's irreparably corrupt, correct?
Correct.
You haven't met Ethan before, correct?
That is correct.
So you can't provide us any testimony about what changes he's undergone as a person between November 30th of 2021 and today, correct?
No, I cannot.
No further questions.
Thank you. Redirect.
Briefly. You're a crime scene investigator?
That is correct.
Okay. And so you went to the crime scene November the 30th, process the scene?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You can tell us that the defendant fired the weapon, the 9mm weapon that he used to murder 4 children. He fired that gun 32 times in that shooting event.
That is correct.
And each time he fired it aiming at a person. Is that right?
One would assume.
Thanks. Nothing.
Thank you. With that being said, any reason why this witness should not be excused?
Not from the people. Thank you.
None from defense.
Thank you. With that being said, sir, you may step down. You may also leave the courthouse. Please don't discuss your testimony with anyone.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're very welcome. Next witness is Detective Ed Wobrowski. Thank you. You may call your next witness. What was the next witness's name?
Ed Wobrowski, Detective Ed Wobrowski.
Thank you. Detective, if you could, please approach the witness box. You're going to stand in the witness box, face my clerk to be sworn, please.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
One more.
Please raise your hand. Under penalty of perjury, do you swear or affirm the statements you're about to make to this court will be the whole truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. And sir, if you could, please state your full name for the record and spell your last name.
Edward Wagrowski, last name Wagrowski.
Thank you. People, you're a witness.
Thank you. Sir, when you're ready, can you tell us how you're employed, please?
With the Oakland County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, what do you do at the sheriff's office?
I'm a detective in the computer crimes unit.
How long have you been with the computer crimes unit?
9 years.
Tell us, please, what a detective in the computer crimes unit does on a day-to-day basis.
We do everything, cell phone forensics. We're looking for evidence of crimes on phones, computers, call detail records, stuff like that.
Okay. So is it fair to say that someone from the computer crimes unit would be responsible for the forensic examination of any cell phone seized?
Yes, sir.
Would with the task of reviewing search warrant returns from social media outlets. Does that fall computer crimes, generally speaking?
Yes, sir.
And do you also have expertise in working certain surveillance systems, DVR systems, things of the like?
Yes, sir.
I want to direct your attention to November the 30th, 2020. Sir, do you remember that day?
Yes.
Were you working that day?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall getting a call about a shooting at the Oxford High School?
I remember our captain coming in.
Okay. So you were in the office and your captain notified you?
Yeah, we were sitting down, getting ready to listen to a webinar on forensics, cell phone forensic stuff. And he came in, and the phrase he used is, he said, there's been a shooting at the Oxford High School, and he said, all hands on deck.
What's going through your head at that point?
This isn't real.
What'd you do?
I'll be honest, in my job, we're people call us the computer nerds, and I thought, this isn't real. It's going to be over by the time I get there. And so I got we always take our laptop wherever we go, and I grabbed my stuff and walked out to my car. I remember as I was pulling out of the parking lot, it became very real. I looked to my left out of the sheriff's office, 38 East, and the animal control and the medical examiners down at the far end. And there's two marked patrol units from another agency. They come around the corner and their lights and siren are going, and they're going very fast. And I remember thinking, they weren't from my agency. And I remember thinking, I knew where they were going. And I thought to myself, like, there's no way they're going to beat me to a place in my town that I work for.
Do you remember the drive?
Every minute of it, yeah.
Tell me what you remember.
I remember there was a lot of chatter on the radio, a lot. I was at 24 in Walton. I went up to Walton, turned right, and started heading north on 24. And it must have been 1 p.m. because I remember hearing say there's a subject in custody. But I kept driving, of course, license siren, and I remember coming up to the overpass where 75 comes off onto 24, and everything just seemed so, again, not real, but very real. And I saw one of our SWAT vehicles going across the bridge, and I thought, oh, wow, and then the light was red right there, but nobody was moving. There was cars at the ramp supposed to be coming off, but nobody was moving. I couldn't figure out why. I should be slowing down because there should be cross traffic. And as I go through the red light, I look to my right, and there's some agency patrol car. I don't know who it was. And then I just kept going up 24, Lapeer Road. Everybody was filing in behind me. And my county vehicle, my detective vehicle is a white minivan, and it's not like a patrol car. It handles different. It handles like a minivan does, not like a patrol car does. And I remember going the next traffic light past where the old palace used to be. I think it's Brown Road. And I remember there was cars in both lanes, and the light was red. And I remember thinking to myself, like, I gotta be safe, of course, and I gotta get around these cars, and the shoulders gravel. Like I picture it like it happened yesterday. And I went off onto the shoulder of the road to get around the cars. And I felt down to the tires pulling towards the ditch. I felt it. And I go around the cars and keep going north on 24, and there's cars behind me, patrol cars. I look up at one time, there's maybe 6 cars. I look up another time, there's 10. Like, they just kept stacking behind me. And then we got to an intersection. We were into Orient Township. I can't remember what road it was, but the light had just changed red. And I know everybody heard us coming. We were driving, everybody had their sirens going. So the intersection, nobody moved. But I thought the safest thing to do was to stop in the middle of the intersection so everybody behind me can just go through quicker. So I held the intersection. And then I remember I counted 18 vehicles go past me. And then as we got closer into town in that, Traffic was really bad on northbound. I remember going against traffic. I remember cars coming at us. You know, of course, we're slowing down at this point. And all I could hear on the radio was the staging point, staging area. It was the Meyer. And so I'm like, I'm just going to keep driving north until I see a Meyer, because I don't know Oxford Township at all. And I follow just past the Meyer. There's a road there. I remember hearing Ray Road also on the radio. And so I turned onto that road and I got out of my car, and another deputy was just getting out of his car. And we look at each other like, what do we do now? And I go, I don't know. They said something about staging area, Ray Road. I go, where's that at? And I remember him saying, you're standing on it. And then I could see kids coming down from where the high school was. I know where the high school was. There was a tree line just behind the Meyer, and the high school's on the side of the tree line.
Tell me a little bit about, as you arrived on scene there on Ray Road, you said there was kids?
Yeah.
Okay. What was your impression of that? What was their demeanor like?
At that, I don't know if I paid attention to their demeanor at that point, but I remember thinking how unprepared they were. I was freezing. It was cold out. I remember when I got out of my car, I put 2 coats on and I was still shivering at points. And there were kids with just t-shirts on. I remember seeing one girl, she didn't have any shoes on, and just walking along the side of the road in the gravel. And they cut across they didn't come down to the drive where we were. They cut across the snow, the hill, and started walking towards the Meyer. It looked like everybody was heading down towards the garden center, the far end of the Meyer from where I was.
So where'd you go?
I went to the garden center because that's what I remember hearing on the radio. I get there, I walk down there because I left my car up on Ray Road, and I'm there. And there were I remember somebody said we got to start collecting names, like get people's names and phone numbers. So Myers gave us just opened up boxes of pens and gave us pens and tablets of paper and started, handing it out to people, like, just get your names. Then they started telling us to get everybody into the store. Meyer got on the PA system and basically told if you're not from the actual high school, get out of the store, leave your carts where they are. I remember that. And so then I remember seeing kids just standing around like they look like zombies almost, like they didn't know. And they were telling us to get everybody inside. And I remember putting my hand on a couple kids, like trying to direct them, like, come on in, trying to be sensitive to the traumatic event they just went through. I didn't want to force anybody. And I put my hand on a couple people, and they just stood there. They didn't move. Nobody. A couple went into the store, I'm sorry. But a lot of them just stood there, just staring.
At some point, did you see buses being dropped off or driven there?
Yeah. I remember all of a sudden some school buses started coming around the corner, and like in moments like that, like everything was I was just so hyper aware of everything. And I remember thinking to myself, like, that's just like really weird. Like, why are there school buses? Like, how did they get the buses that close to the school? And just stuff I was thinking about. And I remember seeing parents just standing there talking, hoping their kid.
Parents were looking for their children.
Yes, excuse me. Yeah, hoping that their kid got off the school buses that pulled up. I remember seeing a couple of deputies. Their vans were empty, but that was another thing that struck me just absolutely crazy. There were deputies who were assigned to court services that showed up in transport vans to check because they have kids that go to the school. From the friend of the court unit were there, narcotics unit, everybody was there.
Detective, you were on at the Meyer staging area for how long? 10 or 15 minutes?
Probably that long.
Okay. And at some point, were you redirected to the high school?
Yeah, Detective Jeff Enger works in the computer crimes unit. Had responded right to the school. We didn't follow each other up to the school or anything like that, so we got separated. And I was a little bit better at that time with video systems, DVRs, that sort of thing. And he didn't want anything to get messed up. wanted another brain up there to help. And so he asked me to come up to the school to help him.
So then you went right to the high school in the main office area?
Yes.
Walk us through what happened as you pulled up the school and walked inside.
As I pulled up, there were cars everywhere. I remember having to drive over sidewalks to just get my car close to the school. One of our sergeants was standing at the door, looking at the school. If door 1 is on your right side, door 2, and the office is behind the glass wall there. I walk in the door 2, and the sergeant standing there. He's just manning the door, I suppose. And I started asking people where the security office is, and somebody eventually walked me to the security office. I don't remember who it was.
Who was in the security office?
Their school security guy, Jim Rourke, was there. Jeff Enger was there. Lieutenant Marsban, a guy from the DEA was there. I don't know his name. And Deputy Lewert was in there as well.
What were you asked to do when you arrived?
We weren't asked to do anything when I got there. What we knew we had to do is to secure the video footage of the incident, what happened, because the bosses are going to want that information to formulate a plan and do all that stuff. So I knew they would be asking for it.
So you knew it was incumbent upon yourself as a computer crimes detective to find the relevant portions of the surveillance footage.
Yes,
Now, Oxford High School has a number of surveillance cameras. Is that right?
a lot of them.
So they some point inside the school, some are exterior.
Correct.
Okay. Was it over 90? I think that's the last.
Yeah, well, at least 90.
At least 90. So when you sat down, tell me what the security office looks like. I imagine it is a bank of.
No, it's really, I mean, it's no bigger than the maybe 3/4 size of the seating area you all are. We're looking at it. Jim Rourke, school security, had 2 monitors on his desk, and we're using that to look at, one set of cameras up on one screen and one set of cameras on another screen. It wasn't like a bank of TVs and stuff like that. I remember having to go into a program and launch it and all that stuff.
What was the first thing you did in your attempt to isolate and preserve that footage?
We knew where the shooting started. Jim knew where the shooting started, and so we went to that camera and to try to figure out who the person was and what time they got in the bathroom.
Okay, Detective, you know where the shooting started, and that was right outside 258, which is right here?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So with that information, tell us what you did in an attempt to find the perpetrator.
We at the point where it started, when the shooting started, we saw what the person was wearing, and then me and Jim just started backtracking. We were trying to find out what time he went into the bathroom, and I think it was 20 minutes trying to find him going in the bathroom, and we could never find a black coat, black knit cap going into the bathroom.
And did you find out why?
Yeah, we knew who the shooter was. Someone told us his name. And so we knew there was a time when he would have been on camera because he was leaving the school counseling office. So after realizing he was in the counseling office, we went all the way back to that time and just waited for him to come out of the school counseling office to see what he was wearing.
So you're the individual responsible for putting together the shooting surveillance footage, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So could you put a number on how much time you've spent working with the surveillance footage itself?
Oh my Lord. I can't put hours on it, but I can tell you the only phrase the video lives in my head.
So you have a innate knowledge of what you've seen on there, and you were there on scene that day too, is that right?
Yes.
Did you actually walk through the school, follow the path of the shooter at some point?
Yeah, the second day, I had to go back up there because at first you didn't get enough video. We need to know this, and there was something that I think the undersheriff at the time wanted me to figure out from the video. So I go back up there, and I remember I asked Jim if we could go to where the shooting started, and because I want my eyes to see what the cameras are seeing, to really just like put myself in that moment, in that time, in that space, to better understand everything.
So if I could think of an analogy, it'd be sort of like an officer with a in-car recording system on the patrol car. You capture some of what that officer sees, but you don't catch the peripheral. Would that be the analogy there?
Exactly it, yeah.
So with this knowledge that you have, tell me what you see when you that day, November the 30th, you're looking through the surveillance video, you're putting together when it started, where it came out of, and this is, victims are still being treated at this point, right?
Yeah, it was, I remember it was shortly after 1 p.m. I got there and I left. It was well after dark. So I don't know what time that was, how long I was there for.
So tell us what you saw. Put that together.
When we were reviewing the video at first, pulling the video,
Sure.
I remember at first I didn't know all the people that were involved in it, all the victims. But you see the shooter come out of the bathroom and I've watched the video so many times. He had a sense about him, like, I don't know, I call it like the proud chest. Like he walked out of there like his head was held high, like he was in charge. And I remember his finger was outside the trigger guard.
Why is that significant?
Oh, it's gun safety 101. You don't put your finger on the trigger unless you're ready to pull the trigger. And he steps out and he immediately, there's Phoebe and her boyfriend Elijah, and he immediately levels the gun at them and then shoots them. And you see Elijah's hair from the blast of the bullet, like his hair he's got real curly hair and his hair just poofs up. He then turns the gun to, there's Hannah and Kylie and Riley on the right side of the hallway. And he immediately turns the gun at them and fires some rounds in their direction. Then directly in front of him was John Asciutto. And I learned all these names after, and he shoots at John. And then as John runs further down the hallway, the shooter stops and he shoots again at Hannah. And at this point, she completely falls over. And then he runs down the hallway. I don't know how to describe it, but he sprints down the hallway and he puts the gun to He puts the gun to Madison Baldwin's head. And you see, as he turns to walk away, her body just slumps to the ground. He rounds the corner by door 7, where some deputies had come in after. The sun on coming through the window, the doors was so bright, you don't see him at first. And then he starts coming in the focus a little bit more, and with sun dies down or whatever. And there were 2 girls, I don't know their names, but the one girl reaches, she was a smaller girl, a shorter girl, and she goes towards the classroom and she tries pulling the door open. And I would imagine at this time they had engaged the locks on the doors to prevent anybody from coming in. And the other girl, she had a backpack on, and she easily could have just ran past that other girl. But she slowed herself down and grabbed that girl. And I would saved her life, I would say, and pulled her with her. As they're running away, you see the shooter level his gun and fire off a few rounds. In the upper corner of the video, you see like appears to be drywall or insulation. It continues on down the hallway, down the 200 hallway. Gets to the area right about a little bit further where a little bit more to the right. Yep. Gets about that area. Just then, on another camera in the area that they refer to as a cubby, Jim Work referred to as the cubby. You see 2 students, one of them being Tate mirror, and you see the shooter level the gun and fires around, and just as Tate rounds the corner, he just, unbeknownst to he didn't know what was going on, he turns the corner and he just immediately falls to the ground. The shooter then continues walking, and then before he gets to where Tate is, he stops again and levels a gun just to shoot Tate one more time. And he leveled the gun, and you see Tate's body flinch after he pulled the trigger. He walks past, so Tate's laying in the doorway to go past and further into the 200 hallway to the right of the picture. And he walks past Tate without a care, didn't look at him or nothing. And as he's walking further down the hallway, he sees towards the top of the frame, you see him stop, and he turns to his left and fires a couple rounds into an office, I believe it was. And then just continues down the hallway, gets almost all the way to the end, and he had passed a classroom. And the way the classroom is probably, right about there. The way the classroom is, the door is to the far right of the classroom, and there's a small window next to that door. So as he would have been walking to his right, or to our right, I'm sorry, he wouldn't have seen probably students hiding back in the corner of the classroom. And he turns around because he just walks right past as he looks into that area. And after he turns around, he comes back, and he must have seen students hiding in the back corner, and he just fired more rounds into the classroom. And then he keeps on walking. At this time, the assistant principal, Gibson Marshall, had seen what was happening, and she was coming up another hallway, and she's standing at the corner right where Tate was laying. And I remember her trying to get his attention. She just used her foot and lightly tapped him, sort of, are you okay? I don't know what she would have said to him. And Tate didn't move. And the shooter had come back towards the cubby. And as he approaches where Tate is now laying, and the assistant principal is standing there, she wasn't armed. She didn't have anything in her hand. She had a walkie-talkie. That's all she had. And you see the shooter walk past her, and almost in a sense of, shame, maybe, I don't know, but he turns his head away from where she is, turns and looks away from her. Then he continues back towards the left of the screen to right about there, and then there's a bathroom, and that's where Justin was shot. But there was no indication, unknown why he would have, but he just made a hard right into that bathroom.
And then somebody fled the bathroom after Justin was killed?
Yeah. Keegan just came absolutely tearing out of that bathroom. I remember watching. He was running so fast. The cameras that recorded him, all it was on the camera was a blur. He was moving so fast.
I'm so sorry, but I have to ask you about Madison again. When he got to her, she was already on the ground in a crouch position. Is that right?
She was on like if she was on her feet and her butt was on the ground, and she was like in a fetal position, leaning up against like trying to hide the best she could.
That was before she was shot. Then he walked up to her and executed her.
Yeah. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay. Detective, thank you. You have a perspective that nobody else has. So I'm sorry for that. But I want to talk to you now a little bit about your regular job as a computer crimes examiner, a computer forensics examiner. You've had the opportunity to review the entire extraction report, all the data extracted from the defendant's cell phone. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, we did a lot of this with Lieutenant Willis. I'm just going to ask you about a few things. It's already admitted into evidence, But Exhibit 55, you had the chance to look through, internet searches, is that right?
Yes.
Tell me, please, item 1, November 30th, 2021, 8:34 a.m. What did the defendant search on his phone?
You search, what is the biggest high school in Michigan?
And this is November 30th, the day of the shooting, 8:30 in the morning.
The day of the shooting, yes.
Okay. Item 3, what did the defendant search? 8:11 in the morning.
Also on the day of the shooting, it's the biggest high school shooting.
8:11 and 18 seconds on the day of the shooting. What did the defendant search on his phone?
A search for a school shooting.
The night before the shooting, November 29th, 2021, 9 p.m. What did the defendant search?
What school shooting happened in 2021?
Everything in quotations, those are the words he typed out. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Item 12, again, the night before the shooting, 8:49 p.m. What did he search?
What are signs to look out for a school shooter?
What about item 32, 2 days before the shooting?
Recent mass school shootings.
Item 37, this is 1 week before the shooting. What did he search?
Why was a Parkland High School shooting so popular?
Item 60, we have a name redacted. It's the name of a different school shooter from a different state. November 18th, 2021. What did he search?
What gun did someone use in STEM school shooting?
This is a week and a half before the shooting.
November 18th, yes.
Item 75. What did he search?
Again, on November 18th, he searched Colorado school shooting.
Item 79 on November the 12th, 2021. What did he search?
Which school shooter listened to Come and Get You?
November, that's 18 days before the shooting.
18 days, yes.
November the 9th, 2021. Item 136. What did he search?
Have there been any school shootings in Michigan?
November the 9th, 2021. Item 151. What did he search?
He searches Florida school shooting.
What about November the 8th, 2021? Item 152.
He searched how old was,
That's the name of a different school shooter.
yes, when he shot the school.
What about item 156, November the 7th, 2021?
He searched Douglas High School shooting.
And this is weeks before the shooting.
This is 23 days.
Item 160, what did he search?
Again, on November 7th, how many school shootings in Michigan?
The last 3. Item 164 from November the 6th, 2021. What did he write?
What was the most deadly school shooting?
Item 172.
Sandy Hook school shooting movie.
Item 173.
Who was the youngest school shooter?
Those were all from November the 6th, 2021.
Yes, sir.
On your forensic examination of the defendant's cell phone, you also reviewed website history. You can see when you look through somebody's phone, you can see what websites they visit. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
And we're not going to name this particular website, but did you uncover evidence the defendant visited one website in particular that depicts extremely graphic real-life videos?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're aware of the incident in the Oakland County Jail with the courtroom tally?
Yes, sir.
Did you find evidence that he had visited that website before the school shooting, the same website that he visited while he was locked up in Oakland County Jail?
Yes, there was.
Can you give us a number on how many times he visited that website just in the month before the shooting?
But believe it was in the 20s.
Well, if I said 421 times.
I'm sorry. I thought you meant when he was in the jail.
No, that's all right.
I'm sorry.
Talking
Yes.
about on his phone before he was.
Yes, there was many. Yes.
Now, Detective, you have also reviewed recordings on the defendant's phone.
Yes, sir.
And did you uncover 2 recordings in particular that the defendant made of himself the night before the shooting?
Yes, sir.
when play exhibits 56 and 57. Exhibit 56 is a longer recording. So we have to plug and replug that.
Not an issue.
Detective, it's actually video, but it's audio, and the video is just the defendant. He's pointing the camera or the phone at his feet. Is that correct?
Yeah, you see the tops of his feet.
Okay. In the interest of time, I'm just going to play the audio for you, okay? And after, just confirm that that's what you found. November 29th, 2021.
My name is Ethan Crumbley, aged 15, and I'm going to be the next school shooter. I thought about this a lot. I can't stop thinking about it. Like, it's constantly in my head. Every conversation I have with someone, no matter what, I'm thinking about it and I can't get it out. It's currently November 29th, 2021, 10:05 p.m. The school I'm shooting up is Oxford High School. I'm in 10th grade there. I've always been fascinated by guns when I was a kid. And I always wanted to join the forces, the SWAT when I was in 3rd grade, Navy SEALs when I was in 4th, Marines 5th or 7th, Army, Rangers. And I've never thought of a career. I've never had motivation. I kept lying to myself that there was something out there for me. There was something that was going to make me happy, that was going to provide me a happy, loving, caring life. But that's bullshit. It's all a lie. I realized that. Oh, in 9th grade, I never thought of this. I thought I was going to make it through school and go into the army, but I realized, what's the fucking point? Millions have done it. Thousands have regretted it. Thousands have killed themselves because of it. Many come back and not happy, not satisfied. And I'm thinking, it's the only thing I want to go into, but how will it make me happy? How will I love doing that? how I love. How I. Then I realized that that's not going to work out. So I was thinking, what am I going to do? And I realized all the bullshit that was right in front of me, and I never realized it. I was always the kid who said, work hard in school and you'll get a career in life. But the career is bullshit. And it was right in front of my fucking eyes the whole time. I couldn't see it. The school system is. Their main goal is to put youth just born into this world to learn. And they actually learn fucking good. They learn K for 5. They learn useful stuff. Stuff about the world that teaches them not how the world is, but how it should be and how they want it to be. The teachers brainwash them into what they think is right, and their minds are so underdeveloped that the adults just take advantage of it. And they say that's too good for humanity. And when you get into middle school, that's even more useless. It's just an excuse to wait till the kids grow up. They're wasting years of their life learning knowledge they're most likely never going to do unless they become a Nobel Prize scientist or mathematician or the fucking founder of a multi-million-dollar environment club. And to brainwash. They're teaching a working class into this world. There's no teaching of working class centuries ago. They're either born into it or they weren't. You were born into a working class, you were forced to work. You weren't born, you helped develop the world. You created technology, you created advances in civilization. There was only two indifferences, and the working class rose up and made everyone a working class. And now, no matter what, you just have to work. To do what? You spend 15 years of your life just hard studying and trying your hardest to achieve the best out of anyone in any school. And then you get accepted into college. And you could be rich, so you don't have to worry about it, or it could put you into thousands of debt. And you get a useless job that other people have gotten, and you think that it is doing something for this planet. You think that all those years of working and you get a job is doing something for the good of humanity. It's fucking not, it's useless. The education system, the government, is just brainwashing people to be a working class. They're all brainwashing them just to fucking work and keep society how it is, but people want to go a different direction. They don't want to work, but see, that's where I don't fucking understand it. I'm not dumb enough to fully understand their capabilities. I'm not as dumb as them, so I can't understand, but they want to revolt and become a new class education system that just weakens everything. They want to fucking keep the innocence of everyone. They want to make sure that monsters are a thing. They're offended of a horror movie. They want to take away what this world is. And this world, it's not heaven. There is no heaven. There is no God. There is no Satan. There is no hell. But the world is hell in its own way. People don't think of it. You think as hell is the bottom, earth is the middle, and heaven is the top. But in reality, the earth is just hell. It's always been that, and people want to just forget it. They want to just take away what already is. And it's stupid. Taking action. People go and protest, fucking take away guns or make what I'm doing. I believe I am one of the first people to do this. I'm not only shooting up the school because I'm mentally depressed or mentally ill and have anxiety that struggles me every day, but I'm doing it to teach a word and all the simplicities. I don't fucking know how to say that. All the fucking dunces out there that brains are too, skulls are too fucking low to understand everything. Unfortunately, the people I kill are the people that are killed. I'm sorry that their families have to go through this, but it's for the right of humanity. And the course we're going, we're fucked. In 50 years, we're fucked. Nothing's going to happen. Democrats and the Republicans are just going to fight, and people are keep going to taking sides and sides and sides, and some people are going to stick out and say they're the big bears who don't think of it, but really they're the main problems, and it's just leading to a collapse. The world worked so hard for thousands and thousands of years. When the war happened, peace was a thing. People understood everything. People understood the logistics of human civilization. The time from 1920 to 1980 was the golden ages of humanity. And some countries may not have been that way. But for the big ones, it was the golden age. Everyone understood the world, but knew how to keep it in order. They knew the differences because war and peace. They knew that they could cooperate and live together. But now people are just taking that away. What I'm doing is an act to show that people are taking it away, and I'm trying to preserve it, to show that no one is safe, no matter how hard they work. Your protests aren't going to do anything. They're just words, they're not actions. No one would care if I go up to the school and shout a sign, "We're too innocent. Bring back the equality between violence and peace." They would think I'm fucking delusional. But to take action is what you have to do. Action is the only thing out of humanity that has made us this far, has brought us this far into civilization. And society is collapsed. Civilization is no more. People don't see it, but we're on the brink of downfall. Like not just the break, but the beginning of the end, basically. Everyone is born, works hard, and thinks that everything's going to be the same for hundreds of years. And technology will advance and that's it. But that's not how it happens. when the bell rings to end 5th hour, tomorrow, October 30th, November 30th, 2021, I'm going to walk to the dividend between the boys and the girls' bathroom. I will have my black jacket on, and I will walk behind someone, and I will shoot a bullet in their skull. Yeah, that's my first victim. I'm going to open fire on everyone in that hallway. The hallways are too jam-packed. I will try and hit as many people as I can. I will reload, and I will find people hiding. I'm going to teach them a lesson of how they're wrong, how they're being brainwashed. I understand that I'm going to prison for this. Michigan doesn't have a death penalty. I don't want to die. As funny as it may seem, I'm going to kill other people. I do not want to die. I realize how valuable life is. And I realize I broke the code of what's happening. I broke the code. I realize what is actually happening. And these people, they don't have the capabilities of understanding it. And so I'm going to teach the entire nation and the world of what's happening and how we're on to break a downfall. I'm going to be using the 6R SP2022. I brought it at Acme Firearms, Oakland, Michigan on Friday. It is a 9mm pistol. It takes 15 plus 1 ammo capacity. I have 3 magazines for it. I've worn my mask for too long. I can't take it anymore. I've broke. I've fought it for years and for years, lying to myself over and over again. But it's taught me the truth. There's no voices in my head. The voices are me. I am the voices. I am arguing with myself back and forth. I have 3 constant voices, and then there's me physically. And I'm doing whatever those 3 voices tell me to do. And one of them is always coming up on top. And that's the one that's taken over. That's what people call the demons. There are no demons. I am the demon. You are the demon. In turn, there is a demon in everyone that is the voice. The demon will take over. There's nothing I can do about it. My life is already on a downfall. If I don't do this, nothing will happen. The world will collapse. I will be in misery. I'll probably just end up in a useless career in the army and killing myself. What use is that? I have the chance to teach the world to become a better place. And I have to take that chance. I've missed many opportunities in my life, and I'm not missing this one. I'm going to try and flee the school for as long as I can until I get caught. I don't know, there's so many people who think they're going to live a life, going to go to college, have a great career, get a family, grow old, die happily. But they don't know that in less than a day, I'm going to die, and their lives are going to be changed forever. I understand my consequences. I understand that people put me in prison for this. I've already said goodbye to everything. I went for all the phases. I'm surprised I even do it today. I'm sorry for manipulating you, Mom and Dad. You have trust in me. I made sure you had trust in me, and I just disowned you. But you should know it's for a cause. And I am ruining my life and not yours. Help me.
Detective, there's a much shorter video that the defendant filmed right after that, is that correct?
Yes, that is.
Exhibit 57, November 29th, 2021.
Fuck that previous video I took. That was bullshit, what I said. I'm gonna have so much fun tomorrow. I have a goal. And it's to kill everyone.
Judge, I have no additional questions for this witness. Could counsel approach?
Yes.
Regarding this time?
Yes. Thank you. And good afternoon, ma'am. If you could, please state your full name for the record and spell your last name.
Molly Darnell, Darnell.
Thank you. We are a video recorded courtroom, so if you could, please keep your voice up for me so we can make sure that you're captured by our video recording. And please speak like you're speaking to someone at the very back of the courtroom, okay?
I got it.
Thank you.
Thank
People,
you.
Your witness.
Good afternoon. May I call you Molly?
You can.
All right. Molly, can you tell the court what you do for a living?
I'm an educator for Oxford schools.
And how long have you been an educator for Oxford schools?
I started with Oxford in the fall of '98,
So like since you've become a teacher?
since I became a teacher.
Okay. You've spent your whole career at Oxford schools.
Correct.
And what is your current title at Oxford schools?
I am a middle school mentor for Oxford Virtual Academy.
So you are not in the physical classroom, you're teaching virtual school.
Correct.
Okay. Is that the position you held on November 30th, 2021?
That is not the position I held on
What-
November 30th.
Can you tell the court what position you were in on that day?
Yeah, so on November 30th, I was the International Baccalaureate Coordinator, ELA coach.
So you weren't teaching a
No,
curriculum
I was,
to kids.
Per the contract, I was a teacher, but I worked with teachers on curriculum and instruction.
Okay. And for the bulk of your career, were you a classroom teacher?
Yes.
And can you tell the court why you became a teacher?
I find joy in helping kids find their passion, or, that's why
Safe to say you love kids.
I do.
Okay. You always taught high school?
I started off with middle school, and then I moved to high school, and I was high school most of my career, and I am back to middle school again.
Molly, I'm gonna ask you to direct your attention to the screen to the right. That is a map of Oxford High School, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't have you had a classroom, but it was really an office, correct?
Yeah, it was an office space that I shared with two other individuals who we did our jobs together. We were like a team.
And was that intended to be for the whole 2021-22 school year?
Correct.
Okay. And what was your room number?
I was in, so you see where 222 is? I was just to the left.
So just where the
Yep.
pointer is?
Yep, it was 224.
Okay. And what is a typical day in November of 2021 for you?
So on that particular morning, we were planning some professional development for teachers. I had had a meeting with admin, and I was working with the media specialist on getting a few things in order for our PD the next day.
Okay, so safe to say you weren't operating on a regular class schedule with
Correct.
passing time and
Correct.
you didn't necessarily have to recognize the time a class starts or ends.
Correct.
Okay. And so were you typically in the hallway during passing time?
I might go outside to just, check things out or have a chat with the teacher if I needed to. But I never used the restroom because that was teachers' times during that 8 minutes to ensure that they were using the restroom.
Around 1:50 that afternoon, do you know or can you remember what hour or what was going on in the school for kids that day? I'm sorry, 12:50.
12:50. That would have been, I believe, during the lunches. And we're talking about specifically on November 30th.
Yes.
Okay. So specifically on November 30th, it would have been in between the lunches.
So it was passing time.
Correct.
Okay. And do you remember what you were doing? Were you in the hall for passing time or were you in your classroom?
No, I had a student who I had in the fall of 2020 come in and have a little chat with me. She had left, and I moved to my computer to check an email.
Okay. I want to stop you because
Yep.
you're going to talk about the layout of your office,
Okay.
correct? And I'm
Yes.
going to show you a picture of that layout. Is that your classroom?
That is my classroom
Okay.
or my office. Yes, the
I'm
office.
sorry, your
yes.
office that was housed in a classroom.
Yes.
When you said you were checking your email, where in this picture would you be doing that?
My desk was straight ahead. Right there where the go over one. Sorry,
The other way.
the other way.
So
Yep.
right there.
That you can see my little laptop sitting right there.
Okay.
Mhm.
And when you went to check your email, was your door open or closed?
It was open.
Okay. And at some point, did you notice anything unusual?
Yeah, suddenly I noticed a rush of students running past my door, almost like they were like arms extended. There seemed to be like a hype about it, or a tone about it that left me concerned.
Had you ever seen that before?
Not like that. That quick movement, no. Not like that, no.
Okay. What did you suspect might be happening?
My assumption was there might have been a fight, or like somewhere they all wanted, there was something going on, and so I got up from my, I grabbed the phone to call the office. It was immediately went to voicemail, and I ran out my door.
So you ran to the door.
Yeah, I ran outside of the door
Okay,
at
so
that point in
Now
time.
you're in the hallway.
Correct.
And what do you see?
So I'm probably the hallway is a little bit of a like a U shape almost, right? So see how it comes out. So I run out. I'm about midway through 222, and I can see, probably right there, and I can see students exiting out of door 4.
All the way down the hall.
Correct.
Okay. Were there still a lot of kids in the hallway?
There was no one else in the hallway that I saw at the time.
Did you find that strange?
Yeah, I couldn't really wrap my head around what was happening.
Okay. At some point, did you become alarmed?
I head back into my classroom immediately, or back into the office immediately. And I'm like, okay, could it be a prank? Is there something happening in the parking lot? And that's when an announcement came on that we were headed into lockdown, that it was not a drill. And there was doors slamming and the sound of pops.
So the announcement, who was on the loudspeaker?
Steve Wolf,
And who's that?
the principal, at the time he was the principal of Oxford High School.
And did you know him well at the time?
I did.
And did you notice anything about his voice?
There was an urgency to his voice, but there was also an intention to remain calm.
Okay. And after you heard it was a lockdown, what did you hear, if anything, next?
So the announcement and the pops and the doors slamming were really close together. I get them a little bit confused in my head as to what happened first, second, or third.
Okay, let's stop for a moment. When you say there were pops, what did those sound like? What was that? Did it resemble any other sound?
It could have been a locker door slamming,
Okay.
like several locker doors slamming in a row.
And what did you think?
We weren't using lockers at the time. Because of the announcement, I knew I had to go into lockdown.
Okay. And when you say go into lockdown, what does that mean that you're supposed to do?
So my classroom or the office door was closed at that moment. So I ran over to grab the door and shut it. I knew I'd have to shut it, and then I would have to put in the night lock, which was a security barrier that's intended to allow to kind of like, whether or not the door is locked, it also helps keep anyone else from getting in. It's
Okay.
just a second lock of a measure.
So where is the night lock? And it's kept in classrooms just for lockdowns, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Where's the night lock located?
So it was right over where, kind of like by that, right in that area.
And where is it kept?
It's kept in a little plastic box on the side of the wall.
And is it locked, or can anyone,
Anyone can open it.
and is this in every classroom in Oxford High School?
To my knowledge, yes.
Do all the kids know what a night lock is? Are they taught what a night lock is?
I know that we have done multiple drills before. I assume that kids know how to use it. I was not in the classroom when those were installed.
Okay. Who taught you how to use it?
We had a staff professional development when we, like on a Wednesday morning, and we all learned how to do it.
Okay. How close in time did you learn how to use the night lock to November 30th, 2021? Was it over a year? Was it 6
It was
months?
before COVID.
Okay. So your door is now shut, but you need to install the night lock, which prevents anybody from getting into the door without the master key, correct?
Yeah, I think there's some way to get
Some
in.
device.
Yes,
Other than that, you'd have to take the casing pretty much off the door, correct?
yes.
Okay. So tell me what you did.
So I reached for the night lock. And the position that I held, I also had an office space at the middle school. Those doors open differently, and so you have to put the night lock in. There's 2 separate ways to put the night lock in. So I looked down at the night lock for a second to see what type it was.
Could you hear anything during this time, or was it quiet?
It was quiet.
Okay.
That was when I noticed in my peripheral vision some movement from up above, right? I'm looking down from up
Because
above.
if you look at that picture, you're saying through that window.
Yes, through that glass side right there.
Is there one side that has glass or 2?
Just one side.
Okay.
So I noticed some movement and I look.
Tell the court what you saw.
I locked eyes with someone dressed in baggy, oversized clothes. They were wearing a mask and
Was clothing dark or light?
dark clothing.
Okay.
Yep, dark clothing.
Could you tell if it's male or female?
At the time, I thought it was a male.
Okay.
Um,
What did you
so
see?
yep. So I've locked eyes, and then I noticed some movement down below, and I looked to see a gun raising up towards me.
Were you looking at this person's eyes directly?
Prior to looking at the gun, yes,
Okay.
I was looking directly at that
And-
person's eyes.
Is there anything or any words you could use to describe that? Or anything you remember about that?
I remembered thinking in my head, no orange tip.
Okay.
I had heard previously that BB guns have an orange tip on them. So my thought was no orange tip. And that's when I jumped to the side, to my right,
So you're facing the door.
and I jumped to the right.
Did you recognize this person at all?
I had never seen this person before.
Okay. And why did you move to the right?
I believed he was going to shoot me.
And did he shoot?
He did.
Okay. What did he do? You moved to the right, and then did you hear a shot?
I heard 3 very loud. They're physically loud. Like I could feel them coming through that door. Like the power of it. But they were, it sounded almost like like a cap gun.
Okay. When you moved to the right, did you just move aside or did you get down?
I kind of jumped to the right and I felt my left shoulder move back. And it felt like someone had burned me with hot water.
Okay. Did you stop to see what that was, or?
I looked at my shoulder. At that point, I noticed my cardigan that I was wearing was ripped. I looked behind and I noticed a bullet hole in the glass of the office, like leading out one of the windows.
Okay, so if we can go back.
Yep.
You moved to your right, so
So
you're
I'm
over here.
Yep.
Okay, and you're facing the classroom, correct? Your
Yeah,
back
I'm
is to
still facing the wall,
Okay.
right? So if there was no wall there, I would be looking at the hallway.
Okay, and at some point you turn around and you see what?
I mean, I just turn around and you can see that bullet hole in the window up there. I noticed that, and I remembered thinking in my head, A BB gun couldn't do that. So
Okay. What's through that window?
that's the courtyard.
Okay. What did you do next, Molly? Were you standing or were you sitting?
I was standing.
I have to ask you something. Was the night lock in your door at this point?
No,
Where was it?
it was in my hand.
Okay.
At that point in time, I knew I needed to barricade my door. I was afraid to go back towards the door. So I grabbed one of those long filing cabinets
Mhm.
and tried to pull it back, and realized it was too heavy for me.
Where was the filing cabinet?
So right next to that door, there was a mini fridge.
Mhm.
Then there was a filing cabinet, and then there was a cart.
Okay. Now, there is something barricading the door partially.
So
what is that and how did it get there?
yeah, so what happened was after I realized I couldn't move that filing cabinet back, I got down on my hands and knees and I crawled back and I dropped the night lock in. And then I grabbed the rolling cabinet and I shoved it against the door on the wall.
Okay. So you crawled over and then finally put
Put the night lock in.
Okay. And what did you do after you put that in front of the door and you put the night lock in?
At that point in time, I continued to move that filing cabinet out a little bit more so I could crawl behind it. My concern was that he would come back through that window and be able to see me.
The courtyard.
Correct.
Okay. Now, were you using both of your arms to move these
I
things?
was.
Okay. Were you feeling any pain?
I was not.
Okay. Once you got behind the filing cabinet, which is not visible in this picture, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Were you crouching, sitting, standing?
I was crouching down. At that point, I had sent my husband a text message that just said, "I love you, active shooter."
Okay. Did he respond?
He did.
What did he say, if you remember?
He said, "Just get safe."
What did you say?
I didn't respond to
Okay.
that. That was about the time that I realized that I was bleeding. I could feel blood on my arm. And I knew we have a blood bag you can see on the wall. It's in red. I knew I couldn't get back to the door. The wound is kind of back here on the back of my arm, so it was very difficult for me to see.
So you saw blood, and is that when you realized you had been shot?
I suppose, yes. I think I was still in disbelief that I had been shot. But what I knew was I was bleeding.
Okay. So what did you do?
I removed my cardigan and I used it to tie a tourniquet above the wound.
And who taught you how to do that?
We've had training videos on how to pack a wound and treat a wound.
Could you see the wound at this point?
No, I still had on another shirt underneath my cardigan. It was just blood stained.
Okay. After you made the tourniquet, Molly, what did you do next?
So that was when I started receiving text messages.
Do you remember who you received a text message from?
So the first one was the ELA department who I work with said, "I'm hearing active shooter." And I responded, "I saw one," and left it at that. And then moments later, I received a text message from my daughter.
And how old was your daughter at the time?
16.
And where was she in high school somewhere else?
She was at a high school in a neighboring district.
And what did her text say, Molly?
She asked if I was okay, that they were hearing things.
And what did you respond?
I said, "I'm safe. I've sheltered in place, and I love you."
You did not tell her you'd been shot.
I did not.
And why not?
Was trying to protect her.
Did you text anyone and tell them that you had been shot?
I did not.
Okay,
Well, not yet.
okay. What did you do after you sent that text to your daughter?
I had a moment where I thought, do I need to contact my other daughter who lives out of state? And
And you didn't do that, but tell the court why.
I didn't do that because I thought she won't hear about this yet. She doesn't have to know about this yet. I thought by not saying anything, I could keep her safe a little bit longer.
And I know this is important to you, so that's why I'm gonna ask. You regret that,
I do.
okay? Tell the court why.
Because she found out anyway. She made the decision to contact my husband because she knew if she contacted me and he could hear the phone, then he would know where I was.
The shooter.
Correct.
Okay. What did you do?
At that point, I called my husband.
So you actually made a call.
I did.
Okay. And at this point, did you know where the shooter was? Were you hearing anything? Did you have any idea what was going on?
No, it was complete silence. Like I could not hear anything. It was complete silence.
And what did you say to your husband?
I called my husband. I told him I had been shot. He asked me if I had a tourniquet on, and I said yes. And then I kept wanting to tell him what was happening, like what I was hearing and what I was thinking. And he kept begging me to stop talking.
Why?
He was just said, please, like, shh, I don't want him to hear you.
Okay, so did you eventually hang up?
We did. We felt like it was the best thing to do. I would just want him to talk.
So now you're not on the phone.
I'm not on the
You're
phone.
crouched behind the cabinet. Your arm is bleeding, and
Another announcement comes on. This time it was Pam Fine, and she said we are still in lockdown. At that point, I received a text message from our media specialist that said, I didn't hear that clearly. And I said, just, we're still in lockdown, stay in lockdown. I am starting to uncontrollably shake at that point in time. And I hear something different in the hallway. I'm hearing footsteps. So
before that though,
Yep.
had you told anyone else that you had been shot?
only my husband knew.
Okay. So you're hearing a different noise and you say it's footsteps.
It's footsteps. I was waiting for a shift. I didn't believe that this was life-threatening. And so I was waiting for a shift to say, I've been injured. Like once everything was taken care of.
What do you mean when you say everything was taken care of?
The shooter was taken into custody. And anyone who needed help got help.
But you did need help.
I didn't think that I needed help, no.
Okay. At some point, you got out of that room.
So,
Do you know how long it was?
20 minutes, I would say. After the shift with the footsteps, I texted the teacher next door to me and said, I've been shot. She called 911, and there was another teacher in that room who texted our administration. Or Kurt Noose arrived at my door, who was an administrator, assistant principal at the time, still is. He arrives at the door and he says, Molly, are you in there? or Molly, are you okay? Something to that effect.
And what did you do?
I said, I'm here. But I was afraid to open the door.
Why?
I've known Kurt for 20 years. I know the sound of his voice, but I did not trust anything in that moment.
So you weren't sure it was him?
I wasn't.
Okay.
Within a few seconds, or 10 seconds, 20 seconds maybe, there were officers at my door. And I think that's when they asked, are you injured? And I said, yes. I said, do you want me to take out the night lock? And they said, yes. And then I said, do you want me to open the door? And they said, yes.
Did they say that you were safe today?
I opened the door, and I was still really crouched down, and they kind of like scooped me up, and started exiting me out door 4. So they take
So
me
you
out.
walked all the way down the hall.
Yep, out of door 4.
Do you remember what you saw when you walked out? What did the hallway look like? Was there anyone there?
The hallway was completely vacant. They had me under the arms. There was 2 men with guns both in front of me and behind us.
So they walked you out the door, and what did you do? Where did they take you?
They walked me out, and we just stood beside door 4 for a second. One of the officers went right back in. And the one that stayed with me said, I'm going to radio for an ambulance. We just need to make sure that nobody else has a higher need than you.
Okay. So how long did you stand there?
It might have been 3 or so minutes.
Okay. And eventually an ambulance came.
There was one, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So they get you in the ambulance, and
Yes.
where did they take you?
To the hospital in Lapeer.
Were you feeling any pain at this point?
I could not feel physical pain. No.
At some point you found out what your wound was and where it was, correct?
So I knew I had sustained an injury to my arm.
Can you tell the court what the injury was? And
Yeah. I was shot through the fatty part of my arm, through and through.
so I want the record to reflect, Your Honor, that she is pointing to her left shoulder, and she is pointing to the portion of her bicep area that is in how many inches away from your heart?
About 6.
Thank you. The record was so reflect.
Thank you. You were treated there and released, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You said you were in shock. At some point, were you told, or did you see the door of your classroom?
Last week.
Okay. And when was that? Why did you see that picture? or see
I had
that-
met with you to talk about testimony, about testifying, and it's when I saw the door.
And when you look at that door, what do you think?
He was aiming to kill me. The top shot was intended for my head, and the 2 shots were intended for my chest.
What point did you realize how close that bullet came to your heart?
would have been weeks later, I realized, oh, it is right in line with my heart.
Okay.
It was like a sudden realization. It was definitely after the new year.
So if you hadn't moved to the right, it would have hit you.
In my head or in my chest, yes.
Molly, have you gone back to visit the school?
I went back to visit my office at the end of January.
And why did you do that?
It was my hope to go back to the high school.
You wanted to go back to do the job that you were doing before.
Correct.
Okay. And you didn't end up doing that, did you?
I did not.
Okay. Can you tell the court what that was like and why?
I couldn't, I just, at the end, I wanted to go back. I loved the work that I was doing. And I wanted to kind of prove that I could go back. But it was just too hard to be there. It's like I couldn't access things that I knew when I was in that space.
What do you do now?
I work at Oxford Virtual Academy as a mentor.
Okay. Was there any lasting scar or pain from that injury?
There was some numbness for a while. There is still a visible scar.
Okay. And I viewed the scar, and I certainly wouldn't ask you to show anyone else, but can you describe where your scar is?
So it's on the back side. It's about right here. I can feel the two. That's where the bullet entered and exited. There is a red. It's still red in between where the bullet hole cauterized my arm.
But you can still visit
And
where it
exited.
exited.
Yes.
Molly, I asked you when you sat down why you wanted to be a teacher. And you answered that you love teaching and you love kids. That's right.
That is true.
Is that still true today?
That is still true today.
Okay. And the last thing I want to ask you is, you said that when you looked into the shooter's eyes, you did not recognize that person?
Correct.
Okay. Do you see that person anywhere in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you describe something he's wearing?
He's wearing glasses and an orange top.
May the record reflect she's identified the defendant.
So reflected.
Nothing.
Thank you. Cross.
This is Darnell. In order to become a teacher, you went to college, correct?
I did.
You had a major.
I did.
What was it?
English.
Which would make sense that you're part of the ELA program, correct?
Correct.
And did you teach English at the middle school?
I did not. No.
What did you teach at the middle school?
When I, like years prior, when I first started teaching,
Correct.
it was one of the subjects that I taught. I had, I worked at Crossroads for Youth, which was an adjudicated youth facility. And I had all middle school boys at the time. And so it would have been more specific, like a reading or a writing course.
And in that position, you were still a teacher, correct?
Correct.
You weren't part of the counseling staff?
I was not part of the counseling staff.
As part of your education, do you have or did you have any sort of classes in childhood development?
I did have classes in, basic childhood development my sophomore year.
Now, as a teacher, you're licensed as such through the state of Michigan, correct?
I'm a licensed teacher through the state of Michigan.
And that has some things to do with why you have some experience in first aid type classes. You're required to do that as a teacher, correct?
I don't know if that's a requirement by the state of Michigan or if that's just something we're required to do, but it is part of something that we have to do. I mean, it's part of training that I've been given through professional development.
And as a teacher, you're also something called a mandatory reporter, correct?
Correct.
Can you describe a little bit about what that means?
Yeah, so if something's concerning, like a student says that she has been attacked, that is something that I would have to report.
And who do you report that to?
I would report that to, oh my gosh, who do I report that to? I would probably go down to the office and say, who do I report this to?
Maybe Child Protective Services?
I don't believe it could be Child Protective Services, but I know I would go down to the office and ask, this is what happened and I need to report this.
So you mentioned having children and your concern for them and your role to protect them, correct?
Correct.
And you would think that would be consistent with any parent, correct?
I would think.
So, from a perspective of a parent, if you saw a child struggling with mental health issues, would you get that child some sort of treatment or support or counseling?
I would.
And if that child reported delusions, hallucinations, hearing voices,
Your Honor, this is a witness that testified about being shot, and she's a victim. I don't know, I'm not sure where counsel's going, but she's not qualified as a child development expert, and I would ask that counsel refrain from asking these kinds of questions.
Your response?
Your Honor, this is a Miller hearing. There are Miller factors. One of those factors is the history, family history of Mr. Ethan Crumbley. I'm asking her from a parent perspective, not necessarily her personally, and even as a teacher, questions that get toward his family history, her knowledge of it, as well as the issues that should be raised in a Miller hearing.
It may be a Miller hearing, but this is a victim of a crime. And if she wants to call somebody to talk about those things, they have witness lists and they're going to do that. But this witness is not and should not be subject to those questions. And she's not a lawyer and she doesn't know what the Miller factors are, unless there's some independent knowledge I don't know about.
Thank you. Let's get to the point. You can ask her specifically if she's ever interviewed your client. I think that's more appropriate, but to ask her general questions, I don't believe that's appropriate here, as you haven't laid the appropriate foundation for this witness to answer those questions. So the objection is sustained. You may continue.
So if, as a mandatory reporter, you learned that there was a student having hallucinations, mental health issues, delusions, or hearing voices, would that be something that you would report to someone?
I would take it down to the office. Yes.
And if you knew that a student had been left alone as an elementary student or a middle school student for hours during the evening and nighttime hours, night after night after night, would that also be something that, as a mandatory reporter, you would bring to the office's attention?
I have never had that happen in my career. I don't know what I would do.
That would be something that would concern you enough that you would have to think about whether you would be required to report it then. Would that be fair to say?
Your Honor, she's answered the question. She said she doesn't know what she would do.
Thank you. Respectfully overruled. You may answer the question, ma'am.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. As a mandatory reporter, if you had learned that a student in an elementary school age or middle school age bracket have been left alone for hours by themselves at night and in the evening, night after night after night, would that be something that you would have to think about reporting to someone?
I would be concerned. Absolutely. I don't know the circumstances specifically. I would have to hear what the circumstance, like what are the circumstances exactly that are happening for me to know whether or not I'm reporting. I don't, right, what, like, you're talking middle school, elementary age. There is what's the age limit for kids to stay home alone?
Your Honor, she said she doesn't know, please.
Sure, and she's answered the question. You may ask your next question.
That's fine. I was waiting for her to finish her response. What age group is in middle school?
Well, they start in 6th grade, right? So you're looking at 11, 12, 13.
In Oxford is middle school 6th, 7th, and 8th grade,
That's correct.
but not 9th grade. That would be high school, correct?
Correct.
Now, do you know what the Miller factors are?
I have no idea.
Do you know Ethan?
Other than the moment that I saw him raise the gun to me, I have never seen him before.
So you've never had a conversation with him, never had him in class, even in middle school, I'm sorry.
No,
You've never seen him at lunch.
no.
Now, as you sit here today and testify on your own personal knowledge, you can't tell us anything about Ethan's family life, correct?
Do you know how hard it is to heal from something like this? I avoid everything I can to heal. This is learning about what happened is not part of my healing process.
Do you know anything about whether he's been diagnosed with
Your
a
Honor,
mental health disorder?
She has answered this question
The
at this
objection
point.
sustained. Let's move on. She's already indicated she doesn't know anything about your client. She's never met your client. She has never met him in lunch, etc. Hasn't met him in middle school, and so she wouldn't know any or have any personal knowledge about your client. In fact, the witnesses just said she's tried to avoid everything as a part of her healing. The objection is sustained. I'm going to ask respectfully that you move on. Thank you.
Do you know what it means to be rehabilitated in the sense of the criminal justice system?
Your Honor,
I do not.
Your Honor.
And
Your
She's
Honor.
answered the question. I understand your objection.
Okay.
Yes.
But for the record, it's bordering on harassment for the sake of harassment. This council knows full well she has no idea, and she's also visibly shaken and asked her to say, I don't know anything about it and I don't want to.
The court agrees, and that's why I'm asking counsel to move on away from this, because again, unless you're going to lay the appropriate foundation that she knows something specific about your client, or that she has specific knowledge of childhood trauma, etc., that's a part of the Miller factors, she's already testified that she does not know. And so with that being said, the court is sitting as the trier of fact here, and I've been listening throughout this entire hearing, and I will note that there are some things that have been relevant to the Miller factors, there's things that have not been relevant to the Miller factors. The court will place the appropriate weight on the evidence that supports the Miller factors. And so I've been listening very patiently, but again, this witness has testified that she doesn't know what the Miller factors are, and the court is, again, based upon her testimony, is going to conclude that she has no direct testimony as it relates to the Miller factors. And so again, counsel, respectfully, please move on. The objection is sustained.
How many years did you teach at Crossroads for Youth?
2 years.
Your Honor, that was my last question. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hopp. Any redirect?
Yes. Thank you for being so strong and for having the courage to be here. May she be excused, Your Honor.
Yes. Ma'am, please, you are excused. You may also leave the courthouse. Any need to have this witness called back?
None at all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You're all set. With that being said, the time is approximately 4:05. As I indicated to counsel off the record, we will end our hearing before 4:30 because of security building issues. With that being said, we're going to conclude for today's date, and we're going to pick up tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. With that being said, anything else from counsel this afternoon?
No, Judge. I'm sorry, you said 8:30?
8:30.
Thank you, Judge.
Understood.
Thank you. With that being said, please may take the defendant. Thank you. With that being said, I'll see everyone at 8:30 a.m. The court stands in recess.
Thank you,
All
Judge.
right. And we can just leave this.